Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors budget hearing for June 13th, 2018. Can we all rise, please, and pledge? Supervisor Mills, can you please lead us?
Let us begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A couple announcements this morning. First, I was informed by Supervisor Clapp yesterday as we were leaving that he would not be here today, so he will not be in attendance for these proceedings. Also, if you have a sign here and you want to bring a sign into this room, all signs must be kept in the back, not forward, because they'll be disruptive. And we want to keep the proceedings flowing. So if you have a sign, you can display it in the back, but don't bring it forward. That being said, I will open the hearing this morning, and we will proceed going forward. I think where we left off yesterday or last evening, Leslie Davis gave her presentation to us. I think that's the final presentation. I don't know of any other department that had one scheduled. I see a couple department heads out there, but I don't know if they wish to speak or say anything. No? Sam? Would you like to say anything?
I was assuming that would be later with deliberations, so I wasn't immediately prepared, but since you've called me up.
It's up to you. Excuse me, it's up to you. We're going to probably go line by line, and when it gets to your department, you can say something then, or you can make a presentation now. It's up to you.
I'll wait for that.
You'll wait for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
Okay. Right. Okay, that being said, any board member wish to say anything as we go forward? If not, I'm going to open it to public comments. So, we are open for public comments. Back there. Oh.
Age before beauty.
No.
Age
Beauty before age. Go ahead.
Good morning. I don't represent a department, although I feel I represent 330 of the hardest working, most self-sacrificing employees in Calaveras County. You didn't hear Health and Human Services or the Public Authority or the union step forward to talk on behalf of home care workers, but that's why I'm here today. I've been emboldened by hearing all of the other departments asking for sometimes millions of dollars in increases in their budget. This year, I'm going to be asking you to consider contributing $100,000 of your general fund towards the increase in wages for home care workers whose salary has been stagnant since 2009. $100,000 from the general fund would generate over $500,000 in state and federal monies that would give home care workers $1 an hour raise. That's what I'm asking for this year. Next year, I'd like to also hit y'all up for an additional $50,000, and the following year, another $50,000, which would bring home care workers' wages back up to the rate they were in 2009 when our union dropped us like a hot potato. We have not seen representation for home care workers. We saw one presentation from a person who represents SEIU 2015. You haven't seen them again, and this is budget time. That's why I feel I must step up and ask you to consider addressing the neglect that the home care workers in Calaveras County have experienced for the last 8 years, feeling 2009, 2008, 9 years. It's been 9 years since we had an increase in our wages. We are now minimum wage workers. We used to make $2 an hour above minimum wage. But because of the neglect the home care workers have suffered and the lack of representation, we're all minimum wage workers again. I am not a member of the union. I quit paying dues. I'm not on a negotiation team. That's why I feel it's within my purview to stand up and speak out now. As you consider your budget, please try to set aside some money for home care this year. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. I have no request for money. And I have some appreciation to express with the first part of the budget overview. We have OpenGov. And as I understand, OpenGov is a system which will allow the public to better understand the budget, which means I might be able to better understand the budget. And the question I have, it looks like there's some pain points along the way. One's learning curve, then one's reporting, and communication between systems. I'm wondering if there's an estimate how long it take before that's up and running and working okay. Are we talking about a few weeks or months or longer?
I believe Al yesterday, it was the CAO mentioned that it was going to be sometime hopefully in July, mid-July.
Oh, that's good. That's a month.
Try and get it running by then.
We wanted to make sure everything was clean with the budget, and now the next task is just that, focusing on getting the public portal up.
That's really good news. I understand the auditor is enthusiastic about this system, and it's not. Other jurisdictions have used it successfully, and apparently there's no conflict between that and the prescribed way of accounting that the state imposes on the counties. I guess they're working together. Now, in ice skating, they have these different things that they do. There's triple this, and they, well, anyway, on sales tax receipts, we have sales tax receipts with a triple flip. Now, I don't know what a triple flip is. Does anyone? Oh, we got one supervisor that knows, so we're ahead of the game. A triple flip, it'd be good to explain what that is. And I think that's enough comments from the taxpayers for now. Thank you.
You want to answer that one?
And I apologize, Al, I didn't make a comment on it because, as you saw from the graph, it's no longer relevant, but it was relevant to show what our sales tax is. In typical state of California fashion, they do maneuvers when they rob from one pot of money to pay another pot of money and then promise to backfill the original pot of money. So it was a triple flip to move it to education. Then they had another diversion that moved it back into the original sales tax pot of money. There was a sunset on it. I think it was 2001 and 2 when they originally did it, and there was a sunset, and that sunset was about 3 years ago.
Thank you very much.
When it ended, yeah.
Recent news reported 2 young men meeting for a marijuana buy from 4 young men. One of the purchasers was challenged to a fight, and he won. These 2 young marijuana purchasers were then kidnapped and killed.
Ma'am, you need to stick on the budget.
Okay.
Okay? Our budget.
This is a narrative, and you guys can pick out what it has to do with the budget. But it does have to do with the budget.
It needs to pertain to the budget.
It does. Last week, I mentioned overhearing some men talking about how they weren't angry anymore when they came home from work because they had pot. The young man I was talking to had the response, yeah, then they come to work angry. The workplace is now an acceptable place to either.
Now, we need to talk about the budget, okay? We need to get to the numbers in the budget that we presented, that we've been talking about. If you have
These things affect the budget, and by not addressing them in your budget, you're losing a lot of money.
we needed to discuss the numbers in the budget that we're talking about here. Okay, during public comment yesterday, when we opened for general public comment.
I was not allowed to speak in public comment yesterday.
Okay, well, you'll be allowed to do a public comment at the end of today, though, if we get through the proceedings today. We'll open back up public comment for you to speak. But if you're going to speak now, you need to pertain to budget numbers in the budget that we're talking about here. Okay?
Okay, well,
I don't mean to cut you off.
I understand. I
but
understand where
we
you're
need-
coming from.
We have public comment for things that aren't on the agenda, and then when it comes to the agenda, you have public comment for, and right now it's public comment for on the agenda, and that's the budget.
Okay.
So,
Well, I waited till the end of the meeting yesterday, and there was no opportunity to
because
do
we
the,
continued to
Okay.
today. We're
All
continuing
right.
today.
I concede.
Okay.
I believe that the sheriff's department should not be giving $600,000 back, that they should get patrol officers because we need them. Thank you.
Thank you. And you'll be able to speak at the end of the proceedings today if you public comment. Any other public comment on the budget?
Bill McManus, maybe I can ask one question. I thought we were going to be going through some department numbers, and I guess we're not doing that, or is that going to happen later? So that we can question that. Either that, or I'll have to just go through it, and then you can pick out the part that applies, and maybe we can address that later if that department head comes forward. So I don't know.
On line item numbers that we're going to be going through, the board is going
Well,
to be
it's
going through?
it's on some of these documents. If it's on here, is it relevant?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So you have questions on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. My questions involve the building department and code compliance. When I look at the lines on here, it shows, what their budget is, but I don't see any cost recovery numbers that are going to offset these numbers. Their whatever their expenses are. Also, when we were listening to the presentations yesterday, the Sheriff's Department also has a connection with code compliance. Code compliance is where the revenue stream for inspections and eradications and abatements of marijuana will begin. That revenue stream will continue and flow to code compliance, the building department, probably a piece for the Sheriff's Department, on to environmental health. And so those revenue streams haven't been explained, and where they're going to come from and how they're going to flow to the different departments who actually have a part to play in this abatement process. The other problem I have is, has the abatement process started? This is a revenue stream that is sitting there idle right now, and now that we've passed the June 7th date, we had 90 days leading up to that for people to prepare what they were going to do to start this revenue stream up. On day one, and I sent an email, and some of you may have seen it, read it, or heard about it, asked for the results of day one, the big step off, when the revenue stream was going to start flowing. And it wasn't shock and awe, it was crickets. There were no visits, there were no citations, there were no abatements, there was nothing else. And so, is that revenue stream ever going to start so it flows onto these documents, and some of these departments can start coming back and saying, yes, we can justify more sheriff's officer deputies. We can justify environmental health officers. We can hire people with hazmat credentials. We can do all the things that need to be done to properly clean this county up and implement the will of the board, which at this point is a ban. Without that starting, these revenue streams are dry streams. Nothing's happening. And yet we're allocating expenses. We don't even know what the job may be at this point. I'm sure it's going to change, but we have to make sure that the employees are safe, code compliance is safe, the sheriff has enough resources to do it, and environmental health is involved so that we don't end up creating with these budgets a long...
We're going to be putting up on the board, and it'll show revenue streams as we go through all of this. So. If you want.
And to answer that question on your budget, we hide that. So on your code compliance, this is in the budget document that was, I mean, there's a thick book, 600 pages, but it is on the CAO's website. It's linked to this agenda, so you can see the entire budget document. But you can see on the code compliance piece, there is an offsetting revenue, $382,000. That represents your abatement costs, or the recovery, I should say. The recovery for code compliance. At this point, yeah, it's an estimator.
Chair, if we're going to have the conversation, we need him back up at the mic.
Oh, yeah. Are we having a conversation? He brought it up. Okay, we're going to go forward from here. Other public comments, it'll be coming up on the board. Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comments. We'll move into board deliberations. Sure.
I wanted to make one comment before board deliberations because it was relevant, and I think is also what Mr. Leach was going to come up and speak to. So I had mentioned some of our pain points with the OpenGov system and how things were input. There were two errors that unfortunately crept in that I want to point out to the board and show why it happened so that you can understand. Here's the first one. You'll recognize these are the Schedule 9s. This is Human Resources Schedule 9. The chair actually pointed this one out to me. We caught others before printing, but unfortunately this is one that was not caught. So when you'll see department requested, the way that this budget cycle worked, and it was important then for the department to say, here's what our request is, and then here's what the CIO is recommending. When departments made requests for any changes to positions, we populated the lines themselves through line items. Unfortunately, what the system does if you don't add a line immediately is it drops off the first line. And so what you're going to see is HR requesting or what the total cost of their salaries were at $356. We tried to line item in a position ad, but dropped off the $356. What that means is their salary appropriation was hugely unfunded. So their total salaries appropriation, while it was originally $368 and it should have remained such, is $34,000. There was a second problem that was this. No, it is not throughout the document. There are, at this point, there are two that we identified as problems. Probation was the second one, and in this case, it was the unfunding of their PERS payments. We correctly did it on the salaries, but we missed it for the line item on the PERS, which underfunded their PERS. Now, their total appropriation on salaries technically would be okay until we get to final budget, if that's the way we wanted to do it, or we correct it now. Either way, we know that we have to adjust it back up to reflect what their actual PERS payments are. Why that's relevant, unfortunately, is the cost impact then is $324,000 for HR. and then for probation is $305,000. Now, what I don't know on probation is offsetting revenue from their state and federal dollars, if how much of that would be general fund or not, and maybe Sam might be able to speak to that.
Is now the appropriate time for that? Yeah, okay. I have actually 3 line items that were related to that. So the total that I have that's different that we sent to admin is $338,829, and that has to do with, okay, so on 5049, if we could pull it, yeah, 407. On 5049, the number that's in there for this year is 4,534. That number, I believe, should be 317,155.
Yes, that was the line item that I just mentioned,
Okay.
5049.
And then the Medicare and long-term disability line items, we had the same issue. So on the
Okay.
Medicare line, where it says 925, that should actually be 16,960. I apologize, I have this on my phone. 16,960, I believe.
And what was excuse me, but the 5049 number was what?
The 5049, the PERS one, was 317,155. The second number was 16,960.
Which line is that?
That
That's on
is 5053 for Medicare.
Right below.
And then on 5054, long-term disability, instead of it being 265, it should have been 4,714.
So three,
So
The difference is 338,829 total.
And
Yes.
it looks like, because I know Krista sent me the email on kind of the final reconciled amount, then that 305,392 that I referenced, that is after any additional revenue that you were able to cover. Is that accurate?
I'm not sure. That's not exactly what I have here. I know that we did.
I had two
Add-
numbers. At one point, I had 256, and then she told me scratch that 305, and I don't know where the difference came in.
I have, the only note that I have on here is that we added, I know in 678, we added a $48,662 pull from that. So that's an offset of some of the salary adjustments. But that wouldn't add up to 305. So I'm not sure where the difference is without doing a deeper dive into those numbers.
Okay.
Any other questions on that?
256 and 48, pretty close to 305.
That's what I was thinking.
His 256 and your 48, pretty close to 305.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking that the
Okay.
difference
The
is.
split.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a triple flip.
So I say that unfortunately because it means starting off with a bigger hole than originally. We didn't have a technical hole, but starting off with a hole now. I wanted to note that because it does mean those budget adjustments will need to be made.
So do you have a total number that you need to add to the 67,
Yeah,
305 plus the one from
HR.
HR?
Yeah, which was the, going back to that piece,
What
was
is
the
the HR
324.
number?
324?
You want to see HR again? Is that what you said?
no, we just need to, I need to know the number so we can plug it in our book.
I come up with about 630. Added to the 67. That we have.
So HR's up there. The only line that's impacted would be this line. So it would be the 356,602 plus that 31,742, which is what that line should have equaled.
$388, $344.
because there's offsetting revenue.
So you do have offsetting revenue.
If you look down here, so we increased this, but you'll see this increased because it was being paid for through a different program. So the net was down here is what I gave you as the 324,860.
324,860. So we're at 630.
Is there something that I'm missing, Krista?
Okay. So we'll move on. Remember, we're already starting out with 630 behind an 8-ball on the projected budget.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
as we go into this, can we have a little discussion about how we philosophically want to approach this? There are a lot of things that kept me up at last night, but one of them was this revenue versus expenses. And now we're at $9.5 million deficit, more or less. And I think the CAO has done a good job in putting together a balanced budget, but I really am concerned about the out years and how we're either going to make up that revenue or maintain these things. So I personally have concerns about adding a whole lot of ongoing expenses. One-time stuff that's a little easier to swallow, but I just sort of wanted to see where everybody else was on this, whether we want to, how we philosophically want to take it. But my position is we've got an operating deficit that's going to come due, and we need to either fall, I would like to find a way to smooth out that drop in the future, try to get our revenues in line with our expenses. I don't know where everybody else is.
Sorry. I agree. I think that one of the points that we have to look at is the CPI, the Consumer Price Index. If we're going to be looking at a moderate growth rate year over year of about 2.8% that you talked about, maybe 3% at the most, that our structure of our budget should be to be in somewhat of an alignment with that number. If we push beyond that, we're going to create some structural deficits over the out years. Yeah. And that can get very expensive very quickly, whether that comes in the form of a number of personnel on staff or it comes in other forms. I'm sure that like Trackit and OpenGov and other things are ways of developing efficiencies within the system, which will reduce labor time. But at the same time, we need to stick to something about 3% if we're going to make this thing work, not just for this year, but for years beyond us. I had a question last year regarding last year's year-end salary savings. Were we able to come up with a number on that?
I apologize. I have it on my notes, and in fact, as you guys deliberate, I will give that to you in 1 second.
Okay. So I'm with you on that. I think we need to be very firm on, if we're going to say 3% is our goal, our target goal, and we can support that because we can show on improved taxes, TOT, and in other forms that is sustainable, great. But beyond that, we need to tread very carefully because whenever we add staff, we're going to be adding that not for today, but for future years.
Right. Well, just because we have money today, it doesn't mean we're going to have money tomorrow.
Absolutely correct.
Absolutely correct. I agree. I also agree. You turn your mic on?
I also agree.
Let's just leave our mics on.
So we can tackle this in a way that we can ask the CAO to put up each department's budget, and you can go through each department budget if you want, line by line, or you can go back to the chart that he brought up earlier that forecasts each department and their revenues and their expenses.
Yeah,
doesn't delineate per line item on it.
Right.
And what I did also do to aid in that discussion was provide and that is a handout that everybody has. This is a little small. Let me see if I can zoom in on that. Was basically a breakdown of every general funded department that shows expenditures. Now, I do caution, obviously, this is just expenditures. It doesn't necessarily account for the fact that in some cases there are offsetting revenue. But I think it's a good starting place because you can look at, okay, where did our expenditures increase the most? We know overall, and going back to Supervisor Mills' point on CPI, we know overall the total budget increased 7.87% for the requests. And then you can start to see across the board where the big differences were. And then that could be a starting point if the board wants to go there to help kind of aid where do we want to start. But again, my goal is with this, I can put anything up here that the board would like to discuss.
Well, I would suggest we start with the largest one, which would be the Sheriff's Department, and go through it.
Mr. Chair, would it be beneficial that information of expenditures versus revenue give us an indication of why those expenditures are in a large category? And can we reference any revenue stream coming in? In other words, if an activity generates expenses and it generates revenue, we should be able to consider that also. Is there a possibility of a report to put that column on there?
That is where we can go to what your budget book is. Your budget book clearly, the funds summary will show you those
Okay.
differences.
And you can put that up, correct?
Yeah.
We can start.
Take the big dog first. Yeah.
I'm in favor.
Yeah, follow you.
He's here
Then he can
and
go
he's
back.
smiling now, but I don't know if he is when he leaves.
Okay, who's the big dog?
So if we can go to his patrol budget. to
You want
begin
the
with,
patrol
yeah.
budget? Okay.
I think that's the big one to begin with.
All right, so there is patrol for you. And again, I'll scroll when you want me to scroll. The top portion of the Schedule 9 will show all the revenues coming into the department. It'll show the comparison from prior year to current. So you can see their prior year revenue, 2.12, current year revenue that they're bringing in 2.28. So that's the difference in how much revenue they're bringing into the department. The lower part of the Schedule 9 shows all of the expenditures, and what you can see then is their increase in expenditures. Last year they were 6.775. This year CAO recommended is 8.187. Department requested originally was 8.59. The bottom line net cost is basically the general fund cost to fund the department.
And you're recommending 5899?
Yes, that's,
Roughly
yeah,
59.
correct.
5.9. I think it's important, and I asked the question as I was going through the final preparations after we left last night, going through this. I looked through my book, and I had a question which I immediately sent off to the CAO about the 26 positions that were funded by the emergency ordinance and where they appear. And it didn't delineate those in our budget as being sucked into the general fund. So those positions, as we went forward in this budget, according to the CAO, Tim, had been already incorporated into this. So they've just been sucked into
The department.
the general fund. And of those positions in the Sheriff's Department, there are a total of 9 full-time positions and 3 extra hire positions. And at this time, the 3,
Are you looking at patrol or cannabis?
I'm looking at cannabis, but I'm just putting that out there right now before we get into that.
Previously, those were split between what was the 1010 regulatory unit and then the sheriff's office cannabis enforcement unit. Now, those positions obviously are now in the cannabis enforcement unit, which is not in this patrol budget. And also there's a portion of them that's in the, it's called now the Sheriff's Office Regulatory Program, that reflects some of the work that they're doing on background checks for personal grows, things like that.
I just wanted to put it out there before we got into the sheriff's budget, that those positions that were created for the urgency ordinance are now being funded by the general fund, and it's in the budget here already. So those positions, and also I wanted to bring up the fact that when we get into code, that
Same thing.
the 3 positions for code are in here, although one is vacant, but it is funded.
Planning has
And
one.
county council's 1 is in there and is funded, and administration's 1 and is funded.
Can I make one
Plan.
correction to that?
Yes.
The code one is vacant, but I requested it to be unfunded
So
at
it
this
is not
point.
funded.
Yes.
So only 2 of them are funded.
Well, yeah, they have it as salary savings at this point, assuming that they're not going to fill it.
I just want to make that, before we go into all of these, everybody's aware of what happens to those 26 positions. Okay? So, going into patrol.
I'm sorry, yes, it is Fund 0320. And again, the Schedule 9 is up on the screen for people to look at. Obviously, the largest increase areas, salaries, benefits. The salaries and benefits increased. They started 5.825 last year. CAO recommended 6.931. And with that in patrol, that included funding 3 additional positions for the CAO recommended. Those 3 positions were one of the 2 investigators that they requested, so a deputy sheriff 2. And then it also included the limited term trainee position and the, it's not records technician, it's a evidence technician position. Those are the 3 that is included in here. The other reason that you do have a larger increase, and this one obviously can't be reduced, is negotiated MOU changes for the original 7.5%, then the second 7.5% increases for the deputies.
That's not included?
That is included in here, yes.
You said just now that there were 3 additional positions in patrol?
Yes, and patrol, those are the 3 positions that the CAO recommended has.
And they're asking for 4?
No, their original request was when, those are vehicles.
Oh, vehicles, I'm sorry.
So we traded vehicles.
Patrol out of it.
The presentation that they gave yesterday included 2 of the deputy 2s, not the one that's in the CO recommended for the patrol budget.
Well, the difference between what is being recommended by the CAO and what was in the final budget for last year is a 23% increase,
Yes, that is correct.
of which, again, we'd have to look at how much of that is general fund.
Well, I would argue, again, if you look at the increase in revenues in the patrol budget, they were at 2.2, they went to 2.287. Not very much of that is going to be outside. Most of that is going to be general fund. And they might be able to speak to what portion of that additional revenue would cover it or not. Might be a portion of it for a grant for one of their lake patrol contracts or another type of a service that they're providing. Or it could also be a transfer in from AB 443. Well, not in this unit.
Good morning. I'm Maria Hensey. I'm with the Sheriff's Office. I'm the business administrator. I'd like to help you understand a little bit about our revenues in. Revenues in are fairly flat in comparison to last year. Not much of a change in our scenario. We're not too much in the business of selling ourselves, if you will. But we do perform services. And the main changes in the revenues that I expect to collect in the coming year have to do with a slight increase in a grant, which is expected from the state, which is the off-road vehicle patrol. There's a slight increase expected there. A next area of expected increase is projected in the, well, it's not really, it's pretty flat actually. A little tiny bit of an increase in the patrol for the Comanche area is expected. The largest line item that is coming in as an adjustment is the TOT and the Prop 172, which is inflating that bottom line. But the rest of the budgets are pretty similar. Law enforcement services, I have a small escalation factor in there that's based on services we rendered to, for example, the fairgrounds and Ironstone, but it's very small. Otherwise, our revenues are fairly flat. Those revenues would go, of course, against expenditures in addition to your contribution that would come from the general fund.
C.O. Lutz, do you think that looking at line item 4720, that's a realistic number?
4720.
From general fund.
That is realistic because that is the 25% of the TOT. So,
That's what that is?
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
No, is that based on our current rate of
TOT.
That's based on our, yeah, the estimate for what I'm forecasting TOT to be next year.
Right, at that same rate, right?
I'm sorry?
At the same rate of 6%.
6%. That
Yeah.
does not assume any, that assumes that we either don't put a measure on or the measure is not successful.
And the 10 sheriff recruits for 242, is that included in patrol? It is in patrol, so that's in here.
Do you feel that with the increased staffing level that possibly your overtime number that you've put out is a little high? Not so much for the first 6 months, but possibly for the second 6 months of the year.
We won't know because there are anomalies such as homicide investigations, things that happen, fires that could extend that out. That is certainly our goal and our hope, to answer your question. And if I could step back a moment and remind you guys just briefly that over $800,000 in salary savings from the sheriff's office is coming back into the general fund and being redispersed elsewhere.
I wrote that down.
Thank you.
Sir.
Jim, I have one question. In the patrol budget, how many open funded positions do you have right now?
15
15 open funded positions.
as of today.
Thank you. Now, I would imagine that that salary savings is basically right there in those 15 positions that you're bringing forward.
It's
Majority.
positions that have been filled and unfilled throughout the year, yes. And we've also given a rough projection of what we think our salary savings is going to be next year. And this was all part of the negotiations we had with the CAO to get to this point today.
Mr. Chair, Captain, one more. Are the training expenses for our people in the academy and the future academy attendees, is that going to offset your salary savings, or is that a separate fund not figured into this particular?
That was all built into the budget.
Okay.
What we are hoping to do by filling those positions, if we fill those positions, we're hoping to reduce the amount of transfers, which reduces our hiring costs, our training costs, and our overtime costs. So people often just correlate adding positions with reduced overtime. It's not just that. We have due to the turnover and the need to constantly transfer people due to the turnover, we have to develop expertise and training based upon transferring those people into special assignments. The less we have to transfer people, the lower our training costs should become, and in addition, the lower our hiring costs and our staffing costs to supervise those people. It should, you know, it should start driving down 3 separate costs, but we have to get there first.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry to make you keep going back and forth, but exercise, I hope you have a step counter on so you can get it's your workout for the day. You're asking for 10 additional recruits.
Correct.
What you actually have from this year's budget that we're currently in, and you have 5 positions open, or you have 5 recruit positions in this year's budget. So you're a total of 15, is that what you're looking for?
We're asking for 10 additional recruits and 1 limited term. Remember, that's the internal candidate, which we've asked for some flexibility, so we could become 11, if you want to look at it that way. It's a total of 11. Remember, the budget cycle this fiscal year, which we had those academy recruit positions for, it ends. Technically, really, it's already ended. We've stopped expending towards that budget. When we have 4 in the academy right now, we've hired another person out of two, but 1 out of that academy specifically. But we didn't end up paying for that last person because they were already out of the academy. So yes, we've accomplished our goal with respect to the recruit positions we received last year, but we're asking to put more in because of the issues with people leaving and not successfully completing our program.
But I'm asking, in addition to those ones we funded last year, coming forward, are these additions? So you
no, those go away. Supervisor,
okay,
those go away.
They're not built in. Okay, so you're looking
funding
for 10 instead. That's all I was asking.
And you're funding them year by year.
So a net gain of 5, essentially.
So a net gain of 5.
Correct.
Thank you. That was the question. So, and the other question would be then, how easy or difficult would it be to get the 10 recruits?
I've already got them.
You've got 10 recruits?
We've got 11 recruits ready to go. We have to have those lined out to get a hold of the academy and say, these are the people we have. We have to have that done by the end of the month. We have those guys ready to go into the academy now. As soon as the academy starts, I believe it's the first part of August, we will have 11 in the academy, which will fill the positions that we have vacant now. And that's why you saw some of the additional positions aren't starting until January of 19, until mid-year.
Mr. Chair, so we've secured those spots in the academy
Yes.
then?
We've secured them with the academy, and we have the personnel to put in the academy.
Okay. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you. I don't think I have any more questions on control.
I'm looking at the overall, when I say the sheriff's department, I'm talking about your whole package. It's over $18 million this year, roughly.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. So that is a nice increase over what it's been in previous years.
Well, go back, and it was that at one point. That's how far down we've gone. We're just now coming back up to where we used to be.
So we'd be looking at what it was possibly in 2010 or
Probably
2011.
more like 8.
2008.
Capacito can speak to that. He was doing that long.
So you have the negotiated cost increases that drive things up. Okay?
Yeah, I was backing that out.
Yeah. But the other thing that's difficult to look at with respect to our budget, especially when you're looking at our overall budget, it includes revenue. And if we happen to obtain a large grant on a particular year, you'll see $1 million or $2 million included in the overall budget that shows. So it's difficult to track. Yes, it's an increase. But if we were to go back and look at what our staffing was prior to the recession, it would be, if they were being paid what they were being paid today, it would be very similar. So we have asked for additional staff. There has been a significant increase in staff from the jail because of the opening of the new jail and the positions the sheriff has obtained. But I think what we're trying to focus on right now is patrol because that's where the greatest need is.
Okay, thank you.
Sheriff, I guess I don't get to say I'm new, so I get to ask the dumb questions anymore, so I'll just ask the dumb question.
Do you know the answer?
No, I
Then
don't.
it's not a dumb question.
So right now you've got 15 vacant spots, but you've got the bodies, the 4 plus 2 plus 3 guys and gals in the academy. So you believe that by January, you're gonna be full up?
No. No, there's going to be salary savings in there because the people that are going to go into the academy, go into the academy in August, they actually won't even graduate until February.
Okay.
So those positions are recruit positions until they get out of the academy in February when they actually hit the streets and become full deputies. So there's going to be some salary savings in there. And I believe that was already figured into the budget to where those positions aren't going to be effective until January 1. And I would have to confer with Maria.
Because
There originally weren't salary, I mean, the new positions were budgeted with the 50%.
Right.
Assuming that. Current positions, you guys originally hadn't budgeted salary savings. I put in a placeholder of 150,000, assuming that you're not going to fill all 15 positions tomorrow, that there's going to be a savings associated with that as an estimator.
I mean, my concern is, I mean, obviously, I think you've ameliorated one concern, which is that we're going to have all these positions, and we're adding more positions, and we can't fill the ones we currently have. I also, to be honest, have the concern that we're going to bring on positions that we won't be able to sustain, and nothing would hurt our reputation more than you going out and hiring great officers, and then us having to turn around and say, gee, thanks for showing up for a year.
Well, but that's not reality because you still have the process of people have to graduate the academy.
Right.
They have to make it through the FTO program, and we have let people go off the FTO program. They're on probation for a year, so if something happens and they're not working out, we can let them go. Plus, we still have the attrition where people are going to be leaving. So I don't think we're ever going to get into a position to where we actually have more people than positions. I think we're always going to have some vacancies. It's just unrealistic to believe that we'd be able to fill all the positions, especially because, like Captain Macedo had talked about before, and we've said it in the past, there are so many departments throughout the United States that are hurting for personnel, and it's getting harder and harder to find guys. So that they're going to continue to move on. I don't know if you paid our guys $45 an hour, we might not have an attrition problem, but there are still going to be people that leave. It's just the game.
People change, and I just...
Absolutely.
So what we're looking for in this budget is 4 new patrol positions? 3 new patrol
There
positions?
are, CAO recommended there are 3. Like I said, 1 Deputy 2, which is an investigator position, 1 the limited term trainee position, and then the evidence technician.
So, right.
Those are his recommended, just so that the board is clear that I had a whole lot more positions on the books that I had requested originally. And I worked with the CAO to whittle those down, and he actually has cut 1 other investigator position out of there that I had requested.
I think I saw those originals. So
Right.
We've done a lot of negotiation. Thank you.
I like the strategy. I think there's going to be a certain amount of washout coming out of the academy, going through the post-training.
Right.
We have to expect that. So there still has to be, in essence, some positions available we continue to work in, even though we have all of these active roles, because you're never going to get ahead of the game if we're just waiting till that next position opens before we make their next move. That is not going to work in our scenario. So.
To have people on the hook is not a bad thing, because people are still looking to come and be employed here. So if we have the ability to have them in the wings ready to go when we have somebody leave, we have that ability to backfill them a lot sooner than, like you just said, the year out or almost 2 years if you go through the whole process.
So although we're seeing these numbers on the books, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to transfer into an active dollar spent.
Correct.
That's really what it comes down to, but we have to have it on the books to make it work.
Correct. Silence is golden.
No, we're waiting for Mr. Chair to...
Yeah, well, do I have any suggestions on patrol, or do we want to move forward and then go through the rest of them and at the end come up with our suggestions?
I think it'd be a good idea, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go through the suggestions.
Let's go
We
through
beat
them.
patrol to death.
move on.
Do you want the next largest there, which is jail? Okay.
And then we can do cannabis.
So
443.
So here is the jail budget. Now, with this budget, again, here's where we're seeing, let me go back up, on the revenues, there aren't really many revenues. I think your only revenue there would be, well,
97,000.
oh, that would be your revenue for if you're housing any inmates through like the Amador County contract.
Right, and right now, we're actually full plus a few.
Okay. So that does provide some offset on the expenditures for jail operations. So you can see here, salaries and benefits last year, 3.285. This year, CAO recommended 3.717, and that's off of what the department requested was, which is 3.869. The differences here, there's what wasn't in original last year's final and was in here was the 4 positions that we added in March or April. That those positions were added, again, recognizing that we needed to have additional staff at the jail given concerns on significant shortages. Additionally, the CAO's recommended includes 1 additional correctional officer. The department requested, and I think what's reflected in their presentation was requesting the 2 additional correctional officers. And then in terms of other expenses in the budget, I don't know that there were any significant items. Well, I know one that I would be remiss in not mentioning because the department certainly mentioned it a number of times, would be the county facilities maintenance. And that is basically reflecting the fact that a portion of Patrick's crews, when they're doing maintenance on the facility, reflecting that that cost is being incurred in the jail. Now, this was an important piece because with our bond reporting, we need to be clearly delineating what the expenses are to maintain that jail and show that we're doing that maintenance. So it was important for us to be able to budget that there. Obviously, there's no revenue offset, it's general fund, but it would have been general fund in the facilities and maintenance budget or in the jail budget. The department did request that we take that back out. My recommendation, again, for clean reporting on the bond is that we leave it in this budget, but recognize that it's one that the sheriff didn't have a control over per se on what that cost is. And hopefully Patrick, and I think he has proven himself to be efficient in not doing unnecessary work for certain. Otherwise, the changes to this budget over prior years, I don't know that there's any huge standout item that, I mean, hardware and software, I know that was a $33,000 increase. I can't remember what that software component was. I don't know if Maria knows offhand.
Well, I think a lot of that, and if you look down at it, don't move it so I can see the number, don't move it.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said
if you look at 5478 and 5480, the travel and the gas and oil, we pulled that out of the sheriff's and moved it over to the jail to reflect that that is coming out of the jail. So there's, increase there. So we've separated a lot of this out so that it's delineated between the sheriff's office and the jail functions. That's why you see some of these changes, and that's part of the reason why those costs have gone up in the jail too.
Line item 5411?
No.
No, but I want to ask about 5411.
Oh, okay.
You only expended $1,100 this year, and you're asking for about 30 grand. What is that? Line 5411.
5411.
Special department expense.
because I'm just looking at year-to-date costs that you.
Oh, it's probably
Chair?
less a poll.
No, actually, that set aside, what had been happening in the jail is unfortunately some of the inmates vandalize the infrastructure, they're getting upset or have anxiety. And so we put in an increment that we would, of $25,000 in the event that inmate would go ahead and do some destruction to the infrastructure. This past year, we had an inmate break one of the window glasses with chains in his head and rip up some of the padding, and those were expensive, and those got absorbed by the administration. Instead, he thought it'd be better if we owned those responsibilities as our costs in the event that they happen. It could be reduced, it's just a contingency amount. We don't know if any of it would get used for that matter.
All right.
I have a suggestion to that, is just add the word contingency to that particular line item so that we understand that it is not we're not expecting to expend it. It would be
Correct, sir.
only in the event of.
It's just an
So
allocation, if you will. It may never get expended.
just use the word contingency, then we would understand, or it would be clearly delineated.
Yes, sir. And I wanted to address your question, CAO Lutz, about the $33,000 you had asked about.
Oh, the software, yeah.
Yeah, that software is that we have a proposed CIP project for cameras in the jail. The cameras in the jail that are existing right now sustain a number of blind spots, and the captain in the jail is concerned about that. So once they've had an opportunity to examine the jail footprinting, they have now identified a number of blind spots in the
We
jail.
went over that yesterday. That 33,000 is, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's $10,000 a year for 3 years.
Paid up front.
Paid up front for.
So as to maintain the new cameras, in the event that that CIP project is approved.
I recall the number to be $258,000.
That's
That's a
for
total.
the
That's a
cameras
total.
and the storage. This is to upkeep
Okay,
the
all right.
software.
Yes, sir.
Now, one thing that I do have a question on, and this is something that we were not, we being the CAO's office, and I know Krista had worked on this, was not able to completely reconcile. And that is, you still have set here the salary add and delete. Now, this does not include the new position for the correctional officers already factored in. When you went through and you put in your line items for what you estimated where PCF didn't match with what you expected,
Yes, sir.
my only concern is that number is quite large. And for me, I want to make sure that it's accurate, because from my and the auditor's estimates, PCF is calculating the way that it should be. The only thing it's not going to pick up is if somebody leaves and their longevity changes. So I guess for me, I would say, is there anything built into that would be possibly changed?
I'm afraid not, sir. I would be able to verify by showing you the page, and you can go through it with your analyst, Krista Van Wada. I've gone through line by line. Because OpenGov was so new, and it took a snapshot back in March, and back in March there were a number of vacancies, and there are puts and takes to those vacancies. And then we added four new, the board approved 4 new correction officers, thank you, and then 2 more which we requested.
So that number includes those 4 new
Yes,
ones
sir,
that would
I'm
not have been in the
afraid so.
PCF?
And a
Okay.
few little things that were not calculated correctly, simply because it's a new system and it's adjusting itself. PERS was off a little bit, but I'd be happy to...
But that would make more sense for the number that I'm seeing.
Yeah,
'cause you
I'll
had
be happy to show
in
it to you.
salaries, $260,000 of that.
Yes, sir. So, and I'll share it with you later today.
Mr. Chair? Yes. Sheriff,
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you've got these numbers in your head. How's our manpower or staffing in the jail now? How many open positions do we have? How many people do we have as far as COs go?
Well, right now, I believe we have 4 open positions, but we have 4 people that are out on, I call it IR, injured reserve, so we're still short-staffed.
Under
And I
the
know
injury.
of 2 people that are leaving here directly.
So we're going to be down in 30 days, we're going to be down What's our total allotment on positions in COs?
I think we're at 24,
24?
I believe so.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we're down how many? 6? 2 leaving,
Right now,
4 injured?
I have 8 vacancies right now,
8 vacancies.
plus the 2 that are going to be leaving.
So
And
that's 10.
plus the people that are out on IR.
That's 14.
Plus, if you have people that want to take vacation, sick
understand.
leave,
So you've got 14 out of 24 positions that are not manned.
yeah. And the biggest issue that we're having with that is that, and I talked to Judy Hawkins and actually had Judy and our prior CAO go into the jail and see that the way that jail is set up is we have areas that need to be posted all the time for security reasons that monitor every door, because it's not like the old jail where we used to have keys. There's a control room, and that has to be monitored. It should be monitored with 2 people at all times, and typically we only have 1 in there. Those are not correctional officers. They should be sheriff services techs. But we have to put correctional officers in there because they only have 3 sheriff services techs. So there's a whole lot more of the inner workings to correctional techs, thank you, to run that facility. So we're having to utilize correctional officers to do that.
Judy, you have some additional information?
Yes, with the vacancy report that I ran last night and this morning, we do have 10 positions right now that are vacant, but that includes the 4 that we added.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, correct me if I'm wrong.
You're never wrong, Mike. Not in my eyes.
That's why I like this guy. Are we bound by state statute, state law to have X number of COs per X number of inmates?
Captain Macedo, can you help with that answer? He's more familiar with that than I.
So the state has an oversight group that comes in and inspects the jail. And while they're not hardcore authoritarian oversight and will fine you or penalize you, the problem is if you're not there, it exposes you to litigation. If you're not to their standards with staffing, it exposes you to problems associated with litigation. That's why you're seeing the request for cameras to try and compensate for some of that lack of staff and to try and address some of the current things we've found with existing cases, lawsuits we have right now with some openings, and we're trying to get the staff back in there. So they are not a punitive oversight group, but they do come in and inspect us. There are punitive measures that can be taken against the jail, but as it relates to staffing oversight specifically, they come in with either a recommendation of your at minimum standards or you're not, and if you are not, then you expose yourself to litigation issues, and most of you know the jail is an incredibly sensitive spot when it comes to litigation, especially since the state passed most of their problematic prisoners and all the associated medical problems and oversight problems down to us as a result of AB 109.
So we treat this as a priority issue then in Calaveras County.
Absolutely.
Okay. I just want to make sure that point's been made. Thank you.
Supervisor Mills.
I did have an opportunity to tour the jail, and Sheriff Ballard, Captain Ballard did take the time to actually take us around. It shows you some of the challenges, unique challenges to what that is. My question would be for the turnover, and you spoke to one gentleman that was leaving 21 years with the department, and when that happens, we have to, and I'm sure Judy can bear this out, we have to pay them out. And so those payouts, especially for long-term employees, somehow has to fit into this budget as an expense, an immediate expense, instead of a long-term expense. I don't know where to plug that in. I'm looking at the CAO.
Well, the only thing you're paying out would be their CTO or
right.
Vacation time is what
Right.
you'd be paying out.
It's accumulated time.
Correct.
So it's just a matter of whether or not that is sufficient to warrant a line item in a budget, especially for those departments that have high turnover.
Well, here's what I can
consistent
say, and CA Lutz can either agree or disagree. The downside is you're losing a lot of institutional knowledge. The upside is in the salary. You're taking somebody that is at an E-step salary and you're dropping them down to an A-step salary. So there is a savings in that aspect, but you're still losing that institutional knowledge of the county as a whole in that person.
No, I'm not questioning that because I understand there's going to be a change on the salary level.
Right.
And it's going to be pretty substantial. I just figuring that, is it important enough to have a line item regarding those payouts?
Yeah, and that is a tough one, and Rick brings up the valid point. Typically, you have a payout for those accrued times, but if one, either it's an employee that hasn't been there very long, so they're not going to have a lot of accrued time, or two, if it's a employee that has been there a long time and they might have more accrued time, to Sheriff DiBasilio's point, there's a ton of longevity pay that they had that the new person comes in doesn't have. And a prime example, I had that in my budget this year. I budgeted a payout, and I think the payout was roughly $17,000 for my retiring administrative assistant, but the salary savings for her with the longevity was closer to $40,000, $45,000. So it ends up actually benefiting the budget as opposed to hurting the budget.
I'm not questioning that at all. I'm just simply saying, and I've seen it in other agencies where those payouts need to be in a different line than an actual salary because it's not related to salary. So this may be a separate discussion.
Yeah, typically where we have been and where we budgeted it is in salary savings, and a negative and a positive. Yeah. So if you have, like that's where we budgeted in the CAO's budget this year. So you had a positive for the payout and a negative for the savings from a lower level. I do agree that it should be called out, and I think only the department really is going to have a good understanding of who they think might leave, and then trying to calculate what their leave balances might be.
Because what it drives is another discussion of an acknowledgement of that potential. And if we start to acknowledge those potentials, then we'll start to think about them in our overall strategy.
Any other jail questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I do have a question. In your gas, fuel, oil, auto expenses, does that include your transports? And do you have any new vehicles for transport?
We do not have a new vehicle. That's something that we're going to need to look at down the road because the one we have is getting quite old. But again,
remember, I used to drive it 7 years ago.
Yeah, I know that. What I was getting at earlier was that we've separated that out. We've taken all the gas and oil, and originally it used to all come out of the patrol side, out of that budget. Now we've separated out so it comes out of the jail side. So we have a better understanding of what the actual costs are for the jail and for the sheriff's office.
And have you funded the activity, and we're still doing it with inmate services as far as cleaning up nonprofit properties, the program we have in the jail?
Yeah, the work release program is still continuing on, yeah.
All right. And we draw no revenue for that,
No.
correct? Okay.
Any other questions? No? Let's move on from the jail. Move on to cannabis.
Okay, I can do that. So this is the primary unit, cannabis enforcement.
489.
So again, no revenue coming.
489.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
What's the number?
489.
Page 49, and the unit is 1010-0324.
Just a point, your numbers are one number ahead of us.
That number is?
Yes.
Your page number.
Oh,
Yeah.
All
it
right,
was
so
because we
just-
swapped out the one
so
sheet
we're
for
aware
the
of it.
correction.
Classic question, are we on the right page?
So as you can see, this no revenue, so this is strictly general fund. The budget last year was $677 for personnel. This year, $854 for personnel. The budget last year for services and supplies, $288. This year's request was $314. CA recommended $218, and that was through negotiation with the sheriff's office, and that was primarily on professional and specialized services, and I think that was some of the helicopter flyovers. And bottom line number then, last year it was 281,359. This year CO recommended is 1,072. Oh, I'm sorry, 1 million. A little bit of a difference.
So at midterm, when we had discussions at midterm, we I believe at that time agreed to fund 980-something thousand that we'd done last year.
940.
940 or whatever it was last year. It's gone up a little bit to 1.7, 1.07 from that number.
That was the addition of the, original, we had asked for 4 more investigators doing partial investigations and partial marijuana. That way there we could use them for either side because we're so short in the investigation side. And we've reduced that down to 2, and I believe that CO lets reduce that down to 1.
No, this one, because the investigator was approved in patrol, this number does not include either of the 2 cannabis investigator positions. Just so to be clear, the sheriff's original request was for those 2 positions. This recommendation was for none of those 2 positions. This is not adding any positions to sheriff patrol. I'm sorry, to sheriff cannabis enforcement.
And some of that increase is because of the MOU.
Yeah, there definitely would be there would be definite MOU increases within that.
Sheriff, and I'm glad to see that District Attorney Yoke is here. In her presentation, she brought up an issue, actually a recommendation from her office, to embed an assistant district attorney in the cannabis unit in your
Correct.
sheriff's department. Do you know of any agency that does that?
I don't off the top of my head. I actually have reached out this morning to my fellow sheriffs to find out if they have done that. But you got to understand, we're in a different category. We had commercialized marijuana in our county where other counties do not, to the extent that we have. And I had talked to Ms. Yook about this, and it would be very beneficial for her office and my office to have that person embedded into my Met team. I know that there are some cities that have probably have DUI associated district attorneys working with them. So I'm not going to say that they're not. It would make sense to have that. And for us, in what we're doing right now with cannabis, it would be beneficial to us, absolutely.
We don't have commercial
Sure.
cannabis anymore.
What's that?
We don't have commercial cannabis anymore.
No, but we still have the cannabis program that is needing to be regulated and eradicated, which I want to answer.
We have illegal cannabis now. We have no more.
I understand, but you know what I'm talking about. We have to do that.
Can I address your question real quick, Supervisor Oliveira? The vertical prosecutor embedded with a unit is not unique at all. It's been going on for a long period of time. There are specialized prosecutors assigned to narcotics units all over the state. What the sheriff was saying, though, not specific to marijuana that we're aware of as of this morning. There may be some of the other counties that are more heavily involved in marijuana may have somebody, Humboldt or Trinity or what have you, or maybe even, I know Santa Barbara is doing some new things, and potentially Monterey. But the idea of having the prosecutor embedded and fully assigned and focused, for lack of a better term, could present a significant assistance to us when it comes to not only prosecution of cases, but potentially asset seizure, forfeiture, recovery, providing guidance because we have, ever-changing laws associated with marijuana, both locally and state and federally. So we do see a benefit of it. It's not something new. It's not something radical. It's actually been proven to be fairly successful.
What would be the duties of a district attorney investigator? Would that help in this scenario that you're explaining?
It would essentially add another body or another investigator with which we are already asking for. I believe the deputy DA investigators are paid more than our investigators. Normally, DA investigators do follow up on cases that are already originally investigated by law enforcement agencies. and then they provide testimony. They conduct follow-up interviews and help the prosecutor with case preparation. So if you're asking whether we would have one or another, I would defer to the district attorney on that. Our job is to investigate crimes on the front end and handle, the enforcement side of business. The DA is responsible for the post-arrest, post-prosecution. I know she addressed you guys yesterday, and I'll let her.
Okay. Thank you, Captain.
Good morning, Barbara Uke, District Attorney. I didn't have time to reach out to my colleagues
That's okay.
statewide.
That's all right.
However, I did learn this morning from one of my employees who used to be with the San Joaquin DA's office that the San Joaquin DA's office actually had 3 deputy DAs housed physically at Lodi PD. So I think what it is it depends on the relationship between the DA and the sheriff. And we're very fortunate that we have a good, solid working relationship, with trust and mutual respect. And I have no hesitation of assigning a deputy DA to work physically with the sheriff's staff and to be housed there. And when you get to my budget, you'll see that we did budget in additional costs for a background check for the deputy DA, should you decide to fund it, because then that's important to have a full post background done on that person, because they would be physically housed with the sheriff's office. And we actually did this a few years ago, I think it's 2012, that when the funding underneath one of their grants was greater, they actually funded part of a deputy DA. So my deputy DA was, I think, half-time housed with the sheriff's office at the Hubbardie building. And, a recollection, right now it's anecdotal, but we did do a quick check on some of our asset forfeiture cases, and it was a huge year for asset forfeiture because of that integration, and because of, the cross-pollination, because of the ability to build the cases from the beginning instead of us sitting back and being responsive to the cases that walk in the door after they're investigated. It was, this working together, and it did make a difference back then, if you recall.
The reason I ask is I'm in the course of being a supervisor, we get numerous phone calls and emails regarding the district attorney's office and the prosecution and non-prosecution of cases, which is part of the whole game. I understand that. My issue would be, if we did something like this, how would it benefit the overall picture? And number 2, would there be any conflict in the investigation? As I recall, I've been out of the game for 3 or 4 years. If we had an investigation go to the district attorney's office and we needed more investigation, it was sent back to sheriff's office for investigation, for follow-up investigation. Is that procedure still current?
Well, I think that depends on the case.
It does depend on the case.
It depends on the case. It depends on resources. I have one sworn investigator, and he does do the follow-up as he can, but he's one investigator. I do have my non-sworn investigator, and so we have increased our capacity to do follow-up investigation, but it depends on the case. If we can handle it, we do. If not, we send it back to the investigating agency and say, hey, can you do this follow-up? Can you go get this piece of evidence, or do further interviews, things like that. So it depends. It depends on the case. It depends on capacity. But definitely, as the sheriff's office has been short, it's been hard on my office. As my office has been short, it's been hard on the sheriff's office. So it's a very symbiotic relationship.
Okay, so I wanted to get the sheriff's opinion on that, and thank you very much.
Well, you got to remember too, Supervisor Oliveira, that having that DDA in our office, we're now into a process where all marijuana grows are going to be illegal. They're all going to need search warrants. So now we have that person in our facility to approve that search warrant, because they're the ones that have to prosecute it. So it's going to be a huge benefit to have them there, and like Ms. Uke said, doing the asset forfeitures on some of these places. So it is a win-win, not only for them, for the sheriff's office, but for the county as a whole.
Now, taking aside the associated criminal violations, the actual enforcement of the marijuana ordinances, which prohibit any type of cultivation, are those criminal or administrative?
Oh, they're criminal. And just to answer one of the questions that Mr. McManus asked, we're actually doing a marijuana grow today.
Okay. So we're charging those as criminal cases and prosecuting them that way?
Yes. Well, we're charging them that way. Ms. Uke is the one that actually does the work behind the scenes.
Oh, we'll talk to her. Okay, I just want to make sure we have that information accurate. Thank you, Sheriff.
And you feel with the numbers that we've got here in front of us, that's going to be able to work for the rest of the year? Do you want to look at this at mid-year?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sheriff? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, that's fine, thank you.
Sheriff, but this budget, as we discussed at mid-year, and actually just a couple months ago, sort of it's sort of the accumulation of a compact that I think this board has with the community. Board decided to ban cannabis. We believed that it's important to enforce our laws. Obviously, the cannabis climate is changing rapidly for a variety of reasons, federal, state laws, market forces, things are changing. So my question is, we've got this $1 million basically set aside for enforcement for this year. We're not going to have that money next year. We won't have any more cannabis funds. Will you be able to incorporate these bodies back into the patrol and investigations budget? And are you going to have the space available to do that?
Absolutely.
Because, it's one of the concerns I had with the district attorney yesterday is if we get over-specialized, the world is changing, and I want to make sure that we've got you don't hire a deputy that's just a cannabis guy. That wouldn't make any sense.
Right.
They have to prosecute lots of crimes. Follow up and investigate lots of crimes. So if we didn't have this $1 million next year, we had to fold it back into patrol, how do you see the ebb and flow of your personnel?
We're not going to run out of work.
No, clearly. I'm wondering slots and bodies.
Well, again, if you go back to 2006, 7, and 8 and Mr. Toffenelli can reflect back on these frozen positions, we still don't have those positions. So if cannabis goes away, the 4 or 5 guys that I have in that cannabis program can absolutely move back over to patrol. That would bring my investigation unit back up to the 6 people that used to be there, where we're down to 2 right now. It's going to bring my patrol staff back up to the 26 that it needs to be. It'll let me put for solid 2 school resource officers in to make sure that our children stay safe. So we would not have a lack of work, and there's absolutely places to put them. And marijuana is not going to go away, so that program might not be considered a marijuana program, but we're still going to be going after that, along with the methamphetamine, the opiates, and everything else.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we've got those spaces.
Oh, yeah.
We'll probably be there because this $1 million will probably fall off your budget next year. Just give them plenty of runway.
We can absolutely use them. Like I said, there's no lack of work.
Okay, and the budget will be fine. Okay.
I think to the CAO, Measure C, we're still going to be collecting on the dispensaries. It was $430,000 last year?
600,000.
600,000 last year, and probably will be in that same range next year. So there will be still some income from Measure C.
Yes, I agree. That would something that we would expect to continue based on the current dispensaries.
And the board could decide whether or not to use that as an offset to continue with something as well in the future. But I just want to be sure that we're not cutting it all off.
It's still a 90% reduction.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
It's a 90% reduction, but CAO and myself have had those conversations going into this budget cycle, where that money could be spent at, and this was one of the areas that we were talking about. So.
Okay.
Board Chair, I just wanted to clarify some of the things that were said about the enforcement of the ban being criminal, and certainly there are certain grows and certain pieces of enforcement of the ban that are being pursued criminally, but I did want the board, and I wanted to remind the board that the ban is also being civilly enforced through code compliance, so notice of violations are certainly being issued, and we have and are working on a new 8.06. We have a new 8.06, and we're doing updates to 8.06 to streamline the process for civil abatement. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware that when code compliance comes up, there is a piece of enforcement of the ban for them as well.
If I could just, one other thing that was said that I think we should be very cautious of as a board is we're talking about enforcement of laws as revenue generators and asset forfeitures. And I think that while that is part of the business and that needs to happen, we cannot lead with that philosophy. If we start enforcing our laws as a way to balance our budget, that's going to be breaking the compact between the sheriff and the district attorney, and the community. So I want to be really careful about how we talk about that, because if suddenly, you know, the sheriff's got a quota to go collect 20 vehicles to sell to balance his budget, that's bad. That's bad for everybody. And we're not getting there. I don't think anybody's proposing that. But as we talk about this, let's be careful about how we discuss it.
That's not our end game. Our end game is to enforce the laws that are
I
set
understand.
before
It's
us.
just, that seemed like the path that we were heading down. I just don't want to go there.
That's the old speeding tickets
Right.
quota.
For the
We
sake
don't want
of,
to be going there.
for the sake of our staff,
It's not quota.
Chair, for the sake of our staff,
Performance standards.
Chair, for the sake of our staff, don't you think we ought to take a break?
Well, I was trying to get through this portion of it before we took a break. Is there any more questions for the sheriff? Do we need to go through any more?
You had requested to put up the, did you want the second cannabis budget, which
Yeah,
is?
we should do that, but let's take a break. For the
Okay.
clerk. We'll take a 15-minute break and then we'll come back. All right, we're back in session. And we're going to the regulatory program, 101-00352, page 498 in our book.
So going to the regulatory program again, this is, it's taking the place of what was the county-wide 1010 cannabis cannabis regulatory program. This one is specifically for the sheriff, and it's designed to capture kind of their portion of doing background checks for the personal grows and probably also dispensaries or anything else that relates to what is still covered under any, you know, either state or local regulatory law. So it kind of is reflecting the time spent there. Those salaries should be a portion of salaries that were also included in the last unit that we looked at.
Correct.
Any questions? No?
Were there any other sheriff budget units that the board would like to look at or review at this point?
Yes, marine safety, next page.
Okay.
And then I think he's requesting some for dispatch, so we should.
Oh, dispatch, yes, dispatch is another good one. Do you want marine safety first?
Marine safety is.
Right, yeah. Is the one right after the regulatory?
501.
So the next page?
501.
And that does reflect an addition of those 5 divers that the sheriff discussed in their presentation. And really that comes in as that special, well, I guess this isn't showing special assignment pay as much. It's showing it as your salaries that are being added to the unit itself.
And that's MOU. There's no added positions to that.
What portion of time typically per deputy do you know that goes into that? Because obviously that's not or it doesn't look like a person. It looks like it might be a portion of time if you're adding 5 of the, or requesting to add 5 divers.
Well, the wages are the 2 people that we have assigned to that department, and then the addition of the 2.5% per the MOU for the guys that are on the dive team, and the additions that are going to be going on to the dive team to replace the ones that have left. So, but there's really no additions to that unit.
What I have highlighted here is under revenues, year to date was 72,000. We forecasted 205.
It looks like they forecasted 325.
325. Well, no, last year's budget. The budget year we're in, we've only accumulated 72,000. We forecasted 205. And next year we're looking at increasing that to 325. But yet we're only at less than half of total revenues this year.
So right now, the state's really slow in paying. We just got 2 deposits in. We have 1 other claim, and they're very, very slow. on all of my programs. I've heard they got a new system and they're struggling with it. So that's the reality. So you'll actually see the revenues come in as accounts receivable in year-end close. So we probably will get really close to that measure in terms of the revenue collected in. For next year, that inflated amount you're seeing as revenue includes $125,000, which would be for the boat in the event that we're successful in getting it from the state. Otherwise, it would be fairly flat.
Okay, but we will be ending this budget cycle in about 2.5 weeks.
Ms.
You're
Gomes,
assuming that the full amount of 205 is going to be accumulated between now and the 30th?
Ms. Gomes from the auditor's office just told me some funds came in this week that's not reflected on your.
That's not there, okay.
And there's one more claim outstanding and then one more to be filed.
How much of this is general fund? Is that 30,000?
Yeah, I mean, you could, assuming all revenue comes in, you can look at, here's the revenue that they're projecting, and then there's your total expenses, the fallout, $222,962. On CAO recommended, it's $188,000
Of general fund dollars?
of general fund dollars.
The reason that I wanted to discuss this has to do with Lake Tulloch. It is the only lake that we're not being reimbursed for in the system. I know we do expend a lot of time down there, and we have had accidents and deaths on that lake. I would like to, at some point, bring back in a future discussion how we can gain reimbursement. Maybe it's through a shared or joint agreement with Tuolumne County and Tridam. But I do believe that all of the lakes that we operate on, especially that one being a JPA lake, there should be some form of reimbursement. I don't know how much exact time that we spend on that lake with our Marine Safety Patrol, but I see them down there a lot. And I'm very appreciative that they're there. But it's at an expense to the taxpayers of Calaveras County to do it.
I would agree that, I know that Captain Macedo sat with a meeting regarding that lake. All the lakes that we have in the county, we are paid to be on other than Lake Tulloch at this point in time. And that's something we can absolutely look into and probably should be.
I see with the amount of, I don't know the exact numbers, but we could almost get this close to a wash if we truly got them to reimburse for the time that we spent there, for the time that the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Department spends there with Marine Safety. And it also steps into the fire districts who are also there and doing services on those lakes. And there's no money being brought back into our area for the expenditures that we do there.
And it is probably the busiest lake that we have in the county as far as accidents and anything associated to the water.
And we're seeing as high as 180 boats on that tight little lake on a given weekend, a high weekend, which is just something waiting to happen. And you know it has happened. So it's very unfortunate, but the only way that we're going to get some parity here is to, I think, push the discussion with Tuolumne County, with Tridam, to say that we're all got to be in this together, and it just can't be a continual expense to the taxpayers of this county.
Hey, we're behind you.
That's my point for pulling it.
Yeah. Sheriff, we have 9 bodies of water in the county.
5.
We have 5?
Yeah.
5 on Marine Patrol?
Yeah, you've got Comanche, Hogan, Tulloch, Maloney's,
Pardee.
and Pardee. Well, we don't cover Pardee at all.
Yeah. Pardee is...
Yeah, we don't cover Pardee at all. It's actually not in our county, that's all Amador.
Okay.
As far as them patrolling it, we don't cover that at all. So we actually have the 4.
Yeah, but there's no activities other than fishing allowed.
Correct.
So,
And again, we don't deal with it at all in any aspect.
And just for clarity, we have 1 Marine Patrol officer or deputy.
Technically, we have 2. We have a sergeant and a deputy.
So basically, he'll take the truck out, tow the boat, and cover those 5 lakes. But just what Supervisor Mills says, you're getting the most activity on Lake Tulloch, so I would probably support talking and getting some type of revenue stream out of that.
You're talking about Tri-Dam?
Yes. Yeah, I think it needs to be a future discussion, but we're looking at the budget right now, and we're saying, you know, we're spending all of this money, a lot of it is being spent on Lake Tulloch, but there's no reimbursement. The only way we're getting it back is general fund dollars, tax dollars. That is not being fair to the rest of the county, and I don't think it's being fair to them. If we actually knew how much we were expending out there and we're properly budgeting for it, we could probably put one person out there on a weekend and guarantee the whole weekend. They know when we're there and when we're not. And so if we can guarantee that we're going to put people out there and expend the funds and have it come from the people who are creating that potential.
Well, we'd be in the same category then as we are with Maloney's, Hogan and Comanche, where they have somebody assigned to that lake and that's where they're at.
Correct.
So, and that in itself, the presence would cut down hopefully on accidents, DUIs and everything else.
I'm just starting the conversation.
No, and I agree with you 100%.
And is there any requirement through state grant money that we have to provide X number of hours of patrol on any certain body?
No.
So it's totally our department's discretion?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And we do get funds from
Boating and waterways.
Boating and Waterways for.
That's where we're getting the boat.
Yeah.
Once you guys approve it.
I've got one more thing, Sheriff. It's not marine safety though. I want to talk about the Bearcat a little bit.
Okay.
You know, yesterday we had a $400,000 budget on there, 150 from 443, 50 from Friends of the Sheriff's Office, and then we were going to kick in the other 200.
Right.
Are you open to the idea of maybe we put together a little financing package on this to take this over some time? For example, we put forward the money so you could put the purchase in and get this thing going as soon as possible, because I agree with you that it's needed. But I also trying to offset our capital expenditures, and so maybe we could do this in next year or over the course of the next 2 years, reimburse that account, whatever account we decide is appropriate, using 443. So you get this thing on, but also we get to keep our revolving fund for the next capital thing.
And I'm actually in agreement with that. I know I talked to CA Lutz about it, and we talked about maybe using one-time teeter funds to do that $200,000. And I don't have a problem with working through my bookkeeper here on coming up with the monies somewhere. But that's an item that I believe we need. I would really, like Captain Macedo said yesterday, I really would like to see it giving us the ability to order it now, because it is a year out. It's 300 days out. And that's from, you know, probably a couple of months ago or a month ago that we talked to them. It might even be further than that now. So I'm absolutely willing to do that.
Right, gladly pay you for a hamburger tomorrow today. It's backwards, but I understand
It
exactly.
is.
So can we, so if the board is interested, we could ask you guys to sit down and figure out the appropriate place to loan the funds out of, and then appropriate terms for repayment.
I believe the normal terms is about 6%, and we can't loan money at 6% or get money at 6%. So, you know, if we could do that and we could spread this out over 3 to 5 years, it would give you the immediate that you need. But it also is a capital project. It's a capital.
To be clear, the only rate we could really charge would be the Treasury return rate.
Okay,
and
that's
that would
fine,
be
but
what
it's
we'd-
still,
Yeah.
the point is that we'd still be getting something back for doing it. And to be able to spread a capital expenditure out like that over time is much more valuable than trying to take a one-time hit. So I would just assume we don't take a one-time hit. Spread it out, 3 to 5.
Sheriff, just for clarity, when we order this piece of equipment, is it payment up front in full, or
No.
is there a deposit, or?
No, there's nothing required but a PO to get the ball rolling, and we pay for it on delivery. So I think if we're going to do something like this, maybe we put a committee together so that we can figure out how we want to do this.
And it's going to take a year to build, but from the
It's
time
going to
of
take
order,
a year to
right?
build from the time they get the PO.
You're willing to put up 150,000 AB 443 funds for it, and Fosco is willing to put up 50,000.
Yes, sir.
So that's $200,000. You're asking the county for $200,000.
Yes, sir.
Teeter funds is set up for capital things just like this project or funding of these type of projects.
Right.
It's $200,000. We haven't tapped into teeter funds last year, and we're not looking to tap into it this year. I don't loan and paying back and so forth, we're not taking a big hit. And those funds are set up for this type of thing. I would just like to say, get it done, go forward out of Teeter Fund for $200,000. You put up the $200,000 through AB 443 and Fosco, and let's just get it done and get it ordered and forget all this other stuff. That's what I would like to do. Paying back and loan and charging, it just doesn't.
The only piece I would add to that, in this budget, we don't have use of teeter funds, as you say. When our final space recommendations come back, as we had talked about, there is a proposal to use a good amount of those teeter funds.
1.35, I saw it, and when we got to teeter funds going through there, I was going to go through that.
Okay.
And I saw that there is appropriations that you have in your budget.
Yeah, part of that is, a portion of that now reflecting what we talked about. There's a proposal for more if we decide to move forward with the district attorney's building when that recommendation comes back to the board.
And I'm aware that that was, and just so people understand, a lot of what he's talking about has to do with tearing down the old jail, removing it, and putting something in its place. And we were discussing putting the DA, building some type of building there for the DA to move into. That's when we get to that, to the teeter fund that he's talking about. But we're talking about $200,000 here. That expenditure that's going to be ongoing, it won't be all encompassed, I don't think, all within 1 year. So instead of this loan thing, I'm in favor of it, and it depends on what the board you get the votes for. I would just give you the money, let's get on and get done. And
Well, again, it's not money that's going to be expended right now. It's a year out.
It's a year out, so.
Yeah.
So
I agree, we ought to just get this done. However, we started off this conversation trying to find a way to reduce things a little bit more, and so this allows us to slope that out, the out years. I don't intend to charge the sheriff's office interest, but I just was thinking, okay, if we took a little bit here and we spread it out, how would that take care of our slope in the next year? And maybe that's something the CAO can work out. But I think there seems to be some agreement. We're going to get you the vehicle. We just have to figure out that piece. And I'm not talking about a long-term thing. Just because you don't have to pay till delivery, so you have a little bit of time. We could just smooth it out.
Again, my goal was just to get it ordered, because I don't want to be a year out, and then that's going to put us another year out. The fact was I wanted to try and get it ordered this year so that it has it. I've got, basically have $200,000 sitting there ready to go out of AB 443 and Fosco. And if you folks come up with the other $200,000, again, that's not money that was going to have to be expended until next year.
And really commend Fosco for helping out.
It's not Fosco, it's the community. The community is the ones that donate to Fosco, so the community is the ones that we got to support on
Yeah,
that.
thank them.
Absolutely.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, I think you have support to get the ball rolling here. I just want to be sure that we always stay within that 3% goal on our budget, so we don't, because individually they don't sound like a lot of dollars, but when you start adding them all up, all of a sudden you're way outside your number and wondering what happened. So I just want the board to be cognizant that 3% is not a big number when you're talking even $160 million. And that we need to be very careful about the little pieces that make that happen.
And that's a suggestion of forming the committee so we can figure it out.
Thank you. I would agree.
is that it for Marine?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you want to look at dispatch? He's asking for one additional
Page?
page 495.
And on dispatch, I might remind you that customer service representatives at CCWD are paid more than your dispatch operators.
That's okay, weed eaters are paid more than my deputies, so it's all relative. Not to throw any bones out there, but.
So for
let's move on.
dispatch unit 1010-0330, and did you guys get a page number?
494 and 495.
494. So you can see revenue prior year to this next year, small increase, not not significant. And part of that's the charges for services, the contracts for other, for providing dispatch services to some of the local organizations. And then it looks like whatever the state, I don't know what the state increase is. Perhaps Maria wants to speak to what that might be.
Certainly. The state is giving us a one-time increment of funds that comes from the 911 services. You know how in your phone bill you see the little extra amounts that 911 charges. Those funds are given to us as a one-time fee that need to be expended by May 31st of 2019. We have opted to collaborate with IT for the funds to be used as a collaborative effort for GIS. The reimbursement for those funds will come in through this fund, but will be a collaboration expense with GIS. So you'll see a matching outgoing fund of approximately $45,000. You may not be able to see it on a standalone basis.
There's 45,000.
There it is, right there. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. So that's the outgoing funds that we'll be collaborating with IT on to enhance GIS. It'll be a project that we're working on. If Stan's here, he could expand on that. And the little bit of extra revenue, if we go back up to the top, is for reimbursement for our logging system, which we keep, which is a dictating system for 911 calls.
And then on the personnel requests, they have prior year 1.532, the new number 1.747. Now this request includes, they had originally requested one dispatcher. It includes, I'm sorry, two dispatchers. It includes one dispatcher plus all of the MOU changes that were calculated.
Can I just quickly address the collaboration with GIS and why that we're sharing those funds and working with them? Most of you know Calaveras County has some serious challenges when it comes to addressing, and that addressing correlates back to planning and maybe poor planning back in the earlier days. So when a 911 call comes in, we have a screen that's populated with an address. That address is not always accurate. We have a dispatcher that's assigned to work with AT&T to correct that, but there's an overlay with mapping. We do get reimbursed for that work. When we are thin and understaffed, that person can't dedicate time to that particular work. When we have a sufficient amount of staffing, we can have somebody working on that, and there is the need due to a lot of things becoming digitally mapped to work with GIS. So we saw this opportunity as a funding opportunity to fix a really long ongoing problem within Calaveras County with people naming their own roads, naming their own addresses, refusing to comply with building and planning, just some general lawlessness that's occurred over the years. And it does have an impact when you have a fire truck, an ambulance, a sheriff's deputy trying to find a house that's not marked on the wrong road or utilizing a different road name. So I even know County Council was working with planning for a while to try and resolve this. This is a problem. It's an emergency response time problem, so that's where we're headed.
Well, I think part of the problem is too, and I was in GIS the other day, is we're not required to name a road. Stan, you may help with this. We're not required to name a road until at least there's 3 residents on that road. Is that correct? Yeah, come on up here and speak, because there's a lot of roads out there that there's only 1 or 2 residents on, that there's no name, so there's no address for it.
Yes, we're working with county council to clarify that. There are different interpretations of that, but to your point, there are many instances where there are private driveways, and the residents may even have a street sign up that says this is Smith Lane, but it is not recognized as a county road. So part of our cleanup process is getting clarification in terms of how many residents or even how many parcels that are on a private driveway, and at what point do we say that is no longer a driveway? You can't have your mailboxes out on the county road, and you have to turn that into a road. It would still be privately maintained, but it would at least be a road that we would address on. So we are working with county council so that we can really define exactly what that is, and then we can proceed. And I think to where you're going with that, there will be many addresses in the county that will then change where it really should be a road and people are treating it as a driveway. Any other questions on that?
You speak to something that's been going on for a long time in this county.
Yes, sir, it has.
We used to carry on the fire engines run books, but they were really good for us. What about an out-of-county resource?
Right.
They have no idea where these places are. We had an example that happened down in Diamond 20 last year with a bridge being out. Out-of-county resources wasn't aware of it. We used to carry white paper plates and rocks. Throw a white paper plate on the ground, throw a rock on it, turn left at the paper plate. I mean, it really got that to that degree in some of these more remote areas of our county. And I don't think people realize how much danger they're putting themselves in by not being able to have a clean address that can be found quickly.
Fully agree.
So I applaud the effort to try to coordinate with GIS, and so that, we need to get resources where they need to be. It isn't a matter of driving to the smoke in the sky.
Right.
And that's kind of like we've had to do with some of these places.
Right.
So,
And as Captain was discussing, we will be continuing to work with the Sheriff's Office in terms of the best way to utilize those funds so that we can take on some of these addressing questions.
is that a layer then that the fire districts could appropriate for emergency response?
I'm sorry.
If we establish a layer in GIS,
Yes.
is that something that the fire districts could appropriate for emergency response that they could add into their
Yes.
systems?
Yes.
Okay.
We should remember that under the cannabis budget, when we got all the updated imagery, we made that available to our fire departments and public safety. So I know, Central Fires developed some maps and worked with GIS.
Oh, they're going to start phase 2 of that, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Which is great.
Thanks, Sam.
Thanks, Sam.
So if I might ask, CAO Lutz, what is our, I'm assuming we're done with most of these items here for the sheriff, what is the aggregate increase in budget?
I do have one more question on
I got
dispatch.
questions on dispatch also. So.
Supervisor Oliveri.
I'll be short. For purposes of clarity, Sheriff, could you describe how many dispatchers we have on duty and what basically, in the 2-second description, what they do, the individual station?
Well, typically, we have 2 dispatchers on duty at one time. One of them dispatches medical and receives calls from 911 and fire. The other one dispatches our deputies, along with paperwork, checking on search warrant, or not search warrants, but warrants for individuals when deputies call in. They have a multitude of things that they do.
So you're basically, in a nutshell, they answer the complaint phone coming in, keep track of our resources, our deputies.
Right.
They handle fire response calls.
And ambulance.
They handle ambulance calls, and any calls that comes in from CHP 911 calls, or they come right to our office.
It depends on where they're called from. All landlines come to us. Some cell phones go to us, but most of the cell phones go to CHP. And then they get that transfer. And then we still have to dispatch.
So 2 stations handle that.
Correct.
That's
Exactly.
handled normally
Well,
by
here's
4 positions.
Here's the problem. You and I are sitting in dispatch, and I need to use the restroom. That leaves you to do everything. Or if I need to take a lunch break, I can't.
Understand.
So
Been there, done
it's an
that.
issue. And that's why I was asking for the 2 positions. Again, right now, I think I have 11 dispatchers to run 24/7. We have, I think, 1 extra hire right now. So they're working a lot of overtime themselves.
Okay.
And again, the cost reflects, some of that is from the MOU, the raises that they got, but we need more dispatchers. That's why I'm going to stand hard on the 2.
What's our attrition rate?
Actually, dispatchers isn't real bad. We do have some people that leave. We had one that went to Tuolumne County. We actually stole one back from Amador County the other day. But we don't lose a lot of dispatchers. I have one that's retiring. So it's the attrition for people leaving dispatch is not too bad.
Okay. Thank you, Sheriff.
Sure.
Do we have any vacant positions now?
I believe right now I have 1 vacant position. in dispatch. And two in the training program.
2 vacancies in the training
No,
program?
we
Or
have
you
two that
in the
are training right now with 1 vacant position. And I'd like to bring 2 more on.
So line item 5271, which is professional and specialized services. We're asking for, I know it's a minimal amount, 8,000, but we didn't use any, previously at $1,100 last year, but previously we didn't even have any in the budget. So what's?
I'm not sure what
Professional and specialized services.
5271.
So 7,500 of that is for a data logger, and it's, I believe, the software for that particular data logger. And if I could just step back on the dispatcher's duties. So all those phone calls, everything they type, everything they do is logged, and it's discoverable in a criminal case. It's also discoverable in civil suits, and we do get a lot of our communications subpoenaed as it relates to civil matters. So we have to have essentially an up-to-date data logging system that records our radio traffic, records our phone traffic, and records everything that's being typed into the machines. So there's software associated with that data logger that needs to be upgraded. And in addition, we have a system, and the dispatchers don't just dispatch, they do a lot of records-related stuff, in so much as if a deputy's out on the street and they need photographs to show a victim, a 6-pack of photographs, that dispatcher can actually log into our system and send them some photographs so somebody can show like a photo lineup for something. When we have a person go missing, whether it's a child or an adult, and we had an adult go missing a couple weeks ago, that dispatcher actually builds the flyer for the silver alert, which goes out statewide. We go through CHP to get it disseminated, but they do a lot of manufacturing of small emergency type records on the fly, so to speak, for staff. And so they basically need the tools, and that's where the sheriff's coming in with the additional staff. It's not just talking on the radio and taking calls on the phone and typing. There's a lot of little duties that they do. Other larger agencies, they just have call takers, and that's all they do is take calls on the phone. Then they have separate people that just talk on the radio. That's all they do. And then they have a whole other records dispatch component that checks warrants and does all the things I just spoke to you about.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
If I may, and I know Supervisor Garamendi had asked kind of what's that total. What I brought up is in your budget under the county funds overview, under general funded departments, you can see that breakdown.
It's page 41.
Is it page 41 in your book too? Okay. So page 41 in your book will show you the breakdown of the differences on the sheriff's units. I apologize, obviously too many decimals were put in here to drop that piece off. This is for all of the public safety programs. The sheriff amount, when you look at the differences, was an increase in general fund of $2.364 million is where they're currently at.
What is that as a percentage over last year?
Percentage over last year?
What's the aggregate increase to the sheriff's
9%.
budget? 9%?
9.6, I believe. It's on the right-hand column on the page.
Yeah, you can see on this area where you're showing your percent increases by each of the units that had information. If it had zero amounts, that's obviously not going to calculate a percentage. But you can see that increases.
9.16.
But also on page 41, you can look at it across. Sheriff Patrol is a 29% increase. The jail, 18%. Marine Safety, 88%. And then dispatch, 13%. You can see the percentages by each of those units.
But that does include probation as well as coroner and everybody in that.
Yes, that's why I said
lumped
this number
together.
down here is not including the fact that up here you have other units that have increased. As I mentioned today, this number looks good for probation, but it's actually incorrect. That's one of our understated pieces, so that number is going to change from a negative to a positive number for probation's ask of the general fund.
Well, won't that affect your final number at the bottom down there
That
then?
will. Yes, it will.
Yeah, can you scroll down and that number to the right by your, what is that number?
Which
Should be
number?
have it highlighted.
13,030.
That's 3. That's the difference between,
So it is 3,029,64843.
yeah, see, so what this sheet is doing is it's taking, here's the amount of appropriation, revenue, the difference between those two comes to how much general fund that is using. This shows what last year's, just this column was, the amount of general fund they're using, and then the difference between what they're asking this year versus what they asked last year to give you a percent change from prior year. How much general fund ask has changed from the prior year.
Well, probation's going to kick another almost $1 million then into that number at the bottom, isn't it?
No, probation will be kicking about 300, going back to what I had this morning.
About 300?
305,000.
Okay.
Can I just grab the board's attention on a quick important matter here before I sit down, hopefully for the last time? I mentioned I keep beating a dead horse on that salary savings that's being returned, and I'm going to mention that one more time. It was a little over 800,000. I'm looking at the sheriff's office total anticipated revenue for 18-19, Supervisor Garamendi, and it's anticipated that we're going to generate about $5.255 million. So that's up about $694,000 from last year. And the reason why I bring up the sheriff's office revenue of 5.2 plus the return of the 800 plus thousand, you're talking about $6 million in total. And the sheriff's office overall budget is $18 million. So we're looking at the sheriff's office, which is a non-fund generating department. We're not the building department. We're generating one for every $3 we're spending. I'd say that's damn good if you were to compare us to any other law enforcement agency in the neighborhood. That's abnormal, and it's not good for law enforcement management. I've spoken to you about that with grants and contracts being overburdened. But nevertheless, I'd ask you guys to not overlook that when you're deliberating today, the amount of revenue we're generating.
And if I might, I know we had this discussion, and I am in disagreement in terms of, the board allocates general fund, the remaining general fund then comes back into to be reappropriated next year. A suggestion that I could potentially put out there is if the sheriff is really concerned about losing those salary savings, that some counties have a public safety fund, that then you would be able to retain those savings, but then you'd be coming back to the board each year to ask for an allotment of general fund. So it then doesn't penalize you if you have vacant positions, but the expectation obviously is you're using all of your fund balance first, like the general fund would do, before the general fund is going to turn around and basically allocate the money that you need for what your requests are. That is a way to kind of split down the middle of that to do something like a public safety fund.
I would think very hard about that.
Well, I think that's all open
jump into that.
Yeah, Supervisor Garamendi, that's all open for negotiations. The way that the CAO structured that is the way he's particularly familiar, but we could sit down and have a disagreement, or excuse me, a discussion, a little Freudian slip, a discussion about how to...
Predetermined there?
How that should lay out. And again...
That might be a next year discussion.
Sure. I just would ask that you not overlook the revenue.
Yeah. So noted.
Well, we did 2.5 hours, we didn't cut a nickel off you, so.
Not yet. We haven't.
Well, you did in the sense that you pulled one dispatcher out of there and you pulled one correctional officer out of there.
And
Don't push it.
Well, and I was going to say, to be clear from what the sheriff presented yesterday and the CAO recommended, it is different. It's the two cannabis investigators, the one patrol investigator, plus the dispatcher, plus the correctional officer that they were requesting above and beyond the 5 positions that were in my recommended budget.
My nickels were based upon your recommendation, not upon the sheriff's ask.
So
If that was the case, he took a big haircut, Chair.
Yes, I did.
Driving home today, huh?
Trying to keep our community safe, Jack.
So, do I hear any recommendations? Do I hear any motions on anything we discussed about as far as what the CAO recommends, what everybody feels is adequate?
If we're taking a poll of the board to move forward, I think I would recommend I would be okay moving ahead with the CAO's recommendations. I think we have to leave this open till we get to the end and see how we total up, but.
Well, I would be in agreement with that, and we will see where we're at when we come to final budget in September. And then again, we can also look when we get to midterm if we're really leaking in the ship here to make some rights and corrections to stop anything that we see is going to be taking us over a cliff. So
I likewise would support that. I think that there is going to be some adjustments when we get into our final budget. And I would also strongly suggest to the sheriff and his department that if you feel that things are going sideways, to let us know immediately so that we can step into it. Your department has to be one of the priority departments for the county. And I don't think anybody on this board doesn't take it seriously when you're making those requests. So as long as we're aware of what's going on and we can we'll find our ways to make things happen. And we'll support you in whatever ways we can.
I would concur with that decision and decision of the rest of the board on the poll.
I do have one question on your recommendations on this armored vehicle they were speaking of. Is your recommendation to go forward with that? Or?
That is not in my recommendation, so we would need to do that. But again, we could use Teeter on that piece. It won't impact, the bottom line number.
I'd like to get that underway now and ask for the board to be polled to see whether or not there's a...
Well, we can poll. Do you want to move
Diane?
forward? I'll start with Supervisor Miller.
Oh, hang on.
I think Madam Clerk has something?
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't be heard? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. How's that?
But I would ask the board to be polled on moving forward with the RFP now, and knowing that it won't be something that'll be subject to funding, and that you'll develop some type of a working group to facilitate making that happen.
Absolutely. I'll absolutely make that happen.
Okay.
Okay. So Supervisor Mills, yes. Olvera?
In agreement.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Yeah, this whole budget's making me nervous in my stomach because I think we're not, but I don't know how not to do these things. We have to do it for the community.
We'll be squirming a lot by the end.
Yeah, I'm on board.
So am I. So you have a 4-0-1 to move forward. I'm looking for a motion then to accept the CAO's recommendations on the sheriff budget.
So moved.
I would second it.
I have a motion by Supervisor Olivera, a second.
To be clear, that this would just be polling at this point. We don't send.
We don't make
Yeah.
much.
Well, you're right. This would
I
be
withdraw
polling.
them.
I'm
I withdraw
sorry. You're
the
right.
motion.
Exactly right. Until next, you're right.
Until next week.
Yeah, until next week we come to the board. So yes,
Do a poll? Yes.
Yes. Supervisor Olivera?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Yes.
And I'm a yes also. Sorry.
You go back to work.
You guys were quick.
Moving on down. Okay, moving on. Good catch. Thank you.
The clerk almost tackled
And this will be coming back to us for
At this point, this would be coming back on the 26th.
okay,
is
for our final approval.
Yes, that's the final adoption.
After you make the adjustments we talked about today.
Chair, can we move to probation?
You want probation?
Sure, we can move on to probation.
Oh, okay.
The reason that I'd like to bring this up is the day reporting center. I know that has been an issue that even back before I was elected to this board, you have been talking about on a regular basis with previous boards. I know there are some complications to making that happen, and I think that we need to hear from you as to whether or not this needs to be something that we begin a discussion about towards developing some political will to making it happen.
Sure. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Is it the projection okay? I always feel like I'm so far away from the microphone. We gotta,
You're kind of tall, Sam.
yeah.
Grab that one over there.
You expect a response out of that, right?
Just, a quick history. So our AB 109 funds, which what we're discussing really is about the building that we're in. Sam Lee, Chief Probation Officer, I keep forgetting that. So the AB 109 funds that we have reserves for, going back to 2014 when I was appointed, we were down around 800,000 in reserves. We've been pretty conservative, and I should add in, even though it's a separate budget, my other dedicated funds will be the SB 678 reserves. We're at 0, and the 109 reserves were about 800,000 at the start of 2014. Today, through some luck, some planning, some bad luck of not being able to fill positions, that has increased to where, again, it's a moving target, like Captain Macedo often says. It's a moving target, but roughly at the end of this fiscal year, we're closer to $2.5 million in the AB 109 reserves, and closer to 600,000 in the SB 678 reserves. So it's built up, and in addition to that, it looks like we will get a one-time growth payment this fall that's substantially bigger than we were expecting. There's good reason for that. It has to do with the number of prison revocations, and it's kind of an incentive plan for how we did versus the rest of the state. And we happen to have one really good year. So from the January projections and the governor's initial budget to the May revision, it's a substantially different number. That said, that number isn't final until the fall, so it could be adjusted, but I don't think it'll be adjusted. The proportions will stay the same. It's just a matter of whether the governor would change the overall number. So I'm expecting that our growth payment will be pretty large, much larger than we were expecting, which will build our reserves. So it's possible that by the end of the coming fiscal year, we could be closer to 3.3, 3.5 million at the end of the coming year.
I'm figuring 3.5.
What's that?
I'm figuring 3.5. I've got it written down here.
Yeah, it's tough. There's always new asks. There's new things going on. We've operated a lot, coming quite a bit under actuals. Our actuals have come in quite a bit under projected for many years. Some of that just has to do with coordinating hiring and how underpaid we were. I think the new contracts and some of the things that HR has been doing to help recruiting, I'm optimistic. We are getting closer to being more fully staffed throughout, so our actuals could, track a little closer. So anyways, where I wanted to go with that history is, yes, we've banked some money. We're in a good position to at least start exploring whether we could use a small chunk of that reserves to address having a permanent building for a day reporting center / probation, some seed money. Complicating matters is we're in the Colombo building, in a lease there at least through 2022, I believe it is. So that lease is there, but you know how long it takes to get something moving, and especially if we're talking new construction, which I'd actually prefer to avoid if we can. And I'm very cautious about spending down the 109 reserves. Ideally we should be sitting, this is a little arbitrary, but I've polled other chiefs throughout the state, and I really think that 18 months of reserves is a good point to sit at. You get above 18 months, and I've got to come explain to you guys and frankly to the taxpayers why we're not spending it on services. We get under that, I get a little nervous in a drop, in a recession, or if for some reason things just go away, we need to have money banked up as
Well, there is good news. The DA's offices could be open within a year or two.
I really appreciate you bringing that back up. I know DA Uke does. And
we'll change the tires on it before we move it over.
That's great. I'll abstain from more jokes. So anyways, it's kind of a nice problem to have in that there should be some money coming in. We should be at pretty good reserves. I want to be a little bit cautious, and I want to be smart that if we do explore a permanent solution, I want it to be the right permanent solution.
Yes.
You know, I want it to be something that outlives my career, that's really perfect. Because probation has historically, don't jump up now, Barbara, but probation has historically been kind of imperfect. We've moved around a lot.
You have moved around a lot, and you were split, and so.
And so,
I agree with you, Sam.
Thank you, in making it a more professional department, and moving toward arming, and some of the things that we've done in trying to move more toward being a very balanced approach and a more law enforcement side to us. We really should be in a secure building, preferably not right there in the middle of downtown. So there's things to explore. And I'll entertain questions on that, but I thank you for bringing that up. I know you wanted me to delve into that. So there's the history. We know that it's San Andreas, and there's not a lot of options available to us to just, be ready to move in somewhere and throw some money down. So it's complicated.
Well, Sam, the point is that 4 years comes up very quickly. And so if we're not starting to think about what we want that to look like, or you want it to look like, it'll go right on by, and then we're left with trying to negotiate another lease somewhere. I would just assume, from my perspective, not be thinking in that direction, but be thinking now about space planning and how do we best fit you into a good situation. And we need to start thinking about that now, not when the lease is up.
Well, I'm happy to work with any of you or admin or whoever the board so designates to help me with that, because I will definitely need a lot of support. And one of the only real mixed feeling I have about it, other than I want to be cautious about what we spend and not just go throw away a lot of money at a building. I don't think that's the intent of 109 monies. I don't think it's a great idea, but some seed money, is great. But the other thing I worry about is just how much it subtracts from the mission, because I know what a big overhaul it is to go try to get into renovating a building or building something new, and the amount of time it's going to take from a pretty limited administrative staff, from my team. So I would love to have as much, support from you guys, support from admin as I can get on.
To that point, too, part of the reason that my office has been bolstering our capital improvement project component within the office is for these purposes. We're having a similar conversation with HHSA, looking for, to Sam's point, it takes a long time to relocate, whether it's build new or find something, because you still have to do typically remodel. And you also have to wait for leases that are set to expire, make sure that if you have co-located departments, those are the pieces that we're really trying to formalize and build process and long-term recommendations around within that unit, because it is needed. And working with the departments that do have those pots of money aside that can help to seed that, to fund a portion of it, and actually get us to a good long-term solution is important. Probation, HHSA are definitely high on our list once we have a final solution for the district attorney's building.
I should mention, just for the members of the public that may be unaware, we are spending some general fund money on that building. So part of the idea here is, we have state reserve money that we can use to help change that for future years, so that we're not just paying general fund money for rent and leases for years on end, but rather we come up with a permanent solution and then again reduce the general fund reliance.
When AB 109 came into existence, and Barbara was part of that group, and there was discussions on this data reporting center and the whole thing, and actually renovating the building and or buying a building, and so it's been a long-standing thing going forward. Do you just by any chance, in your vision of a building, a square footage, do you have any mind of type size-wise, square footage-wise that you would need?
Yeah, it's going to depend on whether we have everybody under one roof, which would be my goal. That's one of my stated goals. So if we were, there's some laws and things we have to think about with regard to having juvenile probationers separate from adults and separate entrances, and they have to be out of sight, out of sound, and that kind of stuff. So it gets a little complicated by that on space, but just rough figure, probably about 6,000.
About 6,000 square feet.
Yeah.
And that would include the daily reporting center and?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Of course, we'll always take more.
Armory and all that, I guess.
Armory, yeah, so.
What's that?
Armory.
Yeah.
So
It could
you'd
be a little more than that, but that's roughly what we've looked
Roughly,
at.
you're looking at the starting point around 6,000 square feet. Yeah, okay.
That would be about 10,000 a month roughly.
And, Sam, I always like using state funds to be an anchor tenant. It's like Nordstrom's in a shopping mall. But because they keep paying well. Do you see that day reporting on this campus? I mean, how does it, know your business, so
yeah.
what would be most effective for you?
That's a good question.
I think it depends. There are pros and cons. I don't want to completely bog down your budget hearing, so I'm trying to weasel out of that answer. There are pros and cons. There are good things about having it here. At the same time, as I'll often say, sometimes it's best when probation lurks in the shadows. We don't always need to be so out in the open and getting in the way of other services. I like us being a little bit removed to an extent. I like us to be close. I like us to be accessible to the courts and to everybody over here. But we don't necessarily need to plant our shop right in the middle of government center for obvious reasons. I mean, we're working with some, dangerous folks.
We get it, Sam.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks.
Any other questions? No? Thank you, Sam.
Can I bring up a couple things on that, or are you going to go through line by line?
No, you can bring up what you want. Go ahead.
Okay, just something my analyst caught for me in the break. The 48,000 we were referring to earlier in the 6, 7, 8 funds that didn't make it into the probation budget. Apparently, it's in the 109 side. So it accidentally, the revenue got moved into the 109 side. So the draw from 6, 7, 8 wouldn't go into the CCP 109 budget. It would go into the probation budget instead.
Okay.
So I
But
think that
it's
just
a
got-
net, it ends up netting, but it just needs to be budgeted in the
yeah,
correct
but
spot.
they're
is that-
completely separate. So
Yes.
we definitely need to
Correct it, yes.
have that moved over.
And I think Krista is aware of that. I think Mike might have communicated that to her.
Okay. And the other thing, just a quick, so our salaries and wages, our total salaries and wages, with the new agreements and everything, went up $130,000 for this coming year. I'm asking for a general fund increase total of 83. So we didn't ask for any new positions. We didn't even ask for all of the money. We're using the people who are in positions that can be paid by dedicated funds. They're being paid by that. We're even picking up some extra at the request of admin. So I just want to highlight that. We didn't come in asking for any new positions. We're not asking for any substantial increases. I know the accounting got a little off with our new budget software and the headaches we were expecting. But it's really, we're just asking for the county general fund to pick up a portion of the increases that we're hoping are.
Sam, you actually asked for less than the CAO recommended.
I don't know if that, I don't think that's true. Is that true, CAO?
There are a few instances on here where departments were locked out of the system in the beginning of April, toward the beginning, it was about the beginning of the second week. There were a few things that we were working with them to correct when they were locked out that didn't get all updated. So what happened is it ended up, so basically department requested was a point in time snapshot. And if we made changes working with the department to clean up some things, there were instances when you did see that. It isn't as common, but there definitely are a handful of budgets where you actually saw what the CAO recommendation is being higher. And again, it was strictly because of us catching certain issues. Like if you look, the in the case of probation, when they input their budget on PERS, they shorted themselves too. They shorted themselves even more than we did. We just still missed the short. So one of those just discrepancies with the systems that we learned and that in the future we'll know to look out for. So there were a few instances like that where it differed. But you could clearly see it from prior year recommended to this year where they had a pretty significant reduction rather than an increase.
Yeah. And you're controlling for the accounting issues that we have?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we don't need any new positions. We don't need any new requests at this time. We just need, more stability long-term and making sure that, hey, we've been consistent about not asking for more, and I just want that to be considered in the future.
And one addition I will say, and HR will talk about this, you see here on 5001 salaries, we did increase the salaries because what HR also did is bringing forward recommendation for our unrepresented MOU. Our MOUs obviously dealt with represented in terms of people who are way outside of equity. HR went through and looked at our unrepresented classifications of which positions were outside of equity. We talked to each of those departments to say, hey, these positions we know are either being facing compaction because of the MOU increases, and I think in probation's case we had an issue where your supervisor was essentially going to be making as much as your assistant, or something similar to that. Judy could speak to what that issue was.
My DPO 3s were only 3.9% less than my supervising probation officers.
That was
so
it.
To get the supervisors up to where they needed to be, then that also moved the assistant chief so that there wasn't compaction there. So we're talking about 3 positions, the assistant chief and my 2 supervisors getting caught up to where they're getting what's fair based on the union negotiated contracts.
So HR has a number of actual equity changes where we knew classifications that are unrepresented were out. And again, we followed the same rules that we did with our represented units, which was whoever was the farthest out, or if there was a compaction issue, those are the ones that we focused on to try and bring them closer to parity.
And I will say that those 3 positions that we just referred to, that we were asked and agreed to do a bigger draw on our 6, 7, 8 reserves to cover that difference in its entirety.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go back to when you first spoke. You're saying that the discrepancy in the $328,000 is appearing in the 101000510 budget?
No, it was a portion of. Okay, so on page, I believe it's 406.
406?
On the 340 budget.
407.
Oh, 407, yeah.
No.
Okay, 407. So we're on 407 now. Yeah.
So on 407, there were the 3 changes that I went through, that I walked the board through earlier.
These 3 lines.
That's where the larger amount of money is. But then also on page 407, for the 4721 transfer from designated fund, for the 4721 line item. Yeah, there we are. There should have been an additional 48,662 pulled into there. But instead, it was pulled into 4721 on the 51 budget, on the 109 budget. So it just needs to be moved from, what page is that? 410? Thank you. So it should be pulled from what's on 410. That same amount should be reduced there and then brought over to 407. Hopefully that makes sense.
So your day reporting, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why I said ultimately it's still a wash because the 48's going to fall out somewhere. In this case, it's reducing 1 unit and it shows up, and then it's reducing another unit.
Yeah, but for line items and distinguishing between the unit, it needs to be moved over, so we take out of that line item.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Rebecca's so, okay.
We just got locked out too early of OpenGov. So, well, next year hopefully a little more streamlined.
Thank you, Sam.
Okay.
I might suggest a next unit if we want to look at building and code, if we're done with probation.
That's fine. Let's move on to building and code. He's here in the back.
Oh, I'm sorry. The clerk just pointed out we are at 11:56. Do we want to break for lunch?
Yeah, we need to break for lunch. You're saved.
Time.
And when we get done with building and code, we should go to assessor.
Okay.
So will we reconvene at 1:30?
We will reconvene at 1:30. All right, we are back from lunch and we're back open hearing. And we have code, building department, and code enforcement in front of us.
Chair, I would like to make a report in that I was gone this morning. I had an hour-and-a-half meeting, and I listened to the meeting as I was going down. Kevin was driving, and I put it on pause, went to the meeting. After the meeting, I finished on the way back here. So I'm aware of what was going on during the meeting.
You're up to date to where we are?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Except for I missed up when Sam had all that extra money. He was taking us to lunch or something. Is that the part? I missed that part.
You missed lunch. Supervisor Calaveras, do you have anything to say?
After discussion of council, no.
Okay, so we'll go into building department.
All right.
Is it a procedural error that you're talking about? Yes. Okay, what is a procedural error?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
normally you have public comment at the end of the particular agenda item. This works really good, but sometimes you have an extremely long amount of information, such as the budget. It's like 2 days. And it would seem to be appropriate that at each part of it, that you allow public comment on that particular part. It could be departments or however you choose. That way you allow the public to participate. Thank you.
All right. There was an agenda put out on it, and so following the agenda that was put out.
Good afternoon, Chair Tofinelli and board members. I would try to give a quick overview of our organization. As you can see in front of the budget, the organization, we have like 11 FTEs in the building department, and we're requesting one more FTE, which is called a department analyst. Mr. Letts can probably embellish a little bit more on that, but there is going to be.
Can you clarify, maybe I'm wrong, maybe it is just the department analyst we're adding.
Right.
Did we not assume we were adding a plans examiner engineer?
Yes, let me, I was going to explain that. So also on the building side, we are reclassifying the senior plans examiner to be a engineer plans examiner and upping it so that we've been having difficulties recruiting. We've had 0 applications in the last 8 months. So we're having a really difficult time filling in those plans examiner positions. We do have one open that we've been recruiting, but we haven't had any luck. So we're trying to redo the series in the plans examiners to create a succession, if you will, and kind of bring it up so that we can bring a higher quality plan review group in so that we can provide a better service. So that's in the process right now with HR. Judy can probably speak a little bit more about that, but that's what we're doing on the building side. So we have one open position in the plans examiner. We have one new one, which is going to be a department analyst, which will, as I think Mr. Letts alluded earlier, that could be used, maybe utilized with planning a little bit as we're going along to do more data as we're going into data-driven decision-making for our analyst position. The other thing on the code side, we have 7 FTEs, and 2 are open. 1 is on hold for offsetting the general fund right now. So 1 out of the 5 positions of the code enforcement is on hold, so we're recruiting for the other open position as we speak right now.
Can I
Yes.
suggest, for the sake of keeping this orderly, we stick with building first, then go to the
Okay.
code budget second?
Okay.
Otherwise, we're going to be jumping back and forth.
We'll just stick with the building right now. So as far as the building goes, we're going to be looking for a little bit of general fund, our reserve fund, as we're going to be able to offset the budget, because the Track It project is quite a lot of amount that we needed to use to draw from the reserve. So to balance it, we needed another $227,000. I think the CEO's recommendations is 1.9. We asked 1.7, but the difference is I think, at the analyst position and the difference in the engineer position differential. So that's how we did the building side at this point. Any questions or?
I think it would be important to talk a little bit about, because one area that you're going to see change with your budget is your professional services, and particularly the plans that you're doing on your plans examiners, because that does represent a shift. Year to date, we're $271,000 in specialized services, and we're only asking for $100,000. Most of this is in plans check, so hopefully you can kind of address what we're trying to do.
Well, the thought is as we are backfilling our positions, there's one other position, inspectors. We fill that with phase off the contract services and bring in-house plans examiner and inspector, so that way we offset the 200. That's why we're asking only for 100. We're presuming that we'll be able to recruit somebody to bring it in-house. If that's not the case, we'll look at it later. Hopefully we were successful at recruiting.
Well, if that's not the case, we'd be moving salary savings by not having those plans examiners from your personnel line down to that contract line.
Correct. So those are the major items in our budget right there.
Any board questions?
Yes, your salary savings last year was how much?
Last year? I don't have
just for building.
I just have our Schedule 9 for proposed this year. Last year's maybe.
So there's nothing listed in
nothing listed, yeah.
In the 5801.
He's really asking, Ed, real salary savings versus budgeted. And unfortunately, with doing a dual screen like that, I tried this earlier, I can't be in the accounting system because of the way that the Citrix system works. So unfortunately, I can't even run that scenario with you while I project onto there.
Well, the point is he had open positions, but they're not reflected here on the budget.
Last year's budget, yes.
Right. It's not showing. What do you estimate your plan check turnaround time to be right now?
We're about 3 to 4 weeks right now. It's really not very good right now because we don't have the staff to turn around, and everybody's impacted, even the private sector is impacted. So that's why it's really good to bring in some quality, high-end plans examiner, like a plans check engineer to try to bring in lower the turnaround times.
Okay, so your goal is to try to get it down into what, a 10-day turnaround roughly?
To the industry standards. While we're designing the new Track It system, there's a baseline turnaround time matrix that we're going to do, a baseline performance matrix that I'll be bringing to the board probably as soon as we get the data, how we're doing. Are we meeting the deadlines? Are we meeting not the deadlines? And I'll be creating a actually performance report that you guys will be able to see. And so has the baseline is like 15, 10, and 5, or depends on the project size. So it's all customized to the project size. And so that's what we're trying to do from the industry standard.
And fee schedules?
The fee schedule, we're in the middle of a study right now. We're wrapping that up this week. We're going to be scheduling presentations to the board here shortly as soon as we get that done and present. So you'll be able to see the fee schedules during those deliberations.
And you're seeing this department as being revenue neutral?
As of right now, yes, sir.
If I can interject this piece, though, I would like to talk specifically, and to Supervisor Mills' point, is your transfer in from your designated fund.
Right.
Can you talk a little bit about what that transfer is and kind of where the importance of this fee study comes into play?
Right. As we go into the new fee studies, we're trying to offset some of the costs that we're not collecting because the last fee study was over 10 years ago. So in some of the projects that we're collecting are under collecting, so we're not quite meeting our full cost recovery. So once we adjust that, we'll be able to start meeting our costs, way the study goes. Right now, we're not able to put any money back into our building fund, reserve right now. So we've been depleting the fund for the track-it system and to balance the budget this year. So we have probably about $317,000 left in our reserve right now in the building reserve, which, as the next following year, if we don't meet those goals.
And to be clear, I think we're projecting about $118,000
Yeah.
for final year
Right.
once you
Right,
pull
exactly.
in what you're
That's the
budgeting
118
this year.
minus the 200 if we had to use it. That's correct.
So we definitely need that fee study to, I think, to your
Right.
point, is right now, building as structured is not entirely cost neutral to the general fund, although we are still able to use building department reserves, but we want to correct that as soon as we can.
And the goal with the building department reserve should be to, again, that 8%, since you're revenue neutral, so that there is a contingency factor built in. So an attempt should be made to try to maintain an 8% on a revenue neutral department.
And that would be a discussion we're going to have during those
Right.
fee studies with the consultant. Yeah, we were talking about 5, 8, what a percentage do we want to?
Well, I think we set the goal by policy at
Per
8%.
county policy
Oh,
now,
yeah.
8%.
Then they would have that.
That's where we'd have to go. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Short, thank you for coming. I'm going to be very direct. There's issues that have been brought to my attention, and we've discussed this, and you've covered some of those issues. I'm concerned with the fact that we put out a recruitment effort of 8 months and didn't receive one applicant. Do we know why that occurred?
Yes, it's very similar to, I think, what the sheriff's experiencing. The last time the job classifications have been looked at have been quite an extent of time, and the salary competition with the surrounding areas like a competitor. Your surrounding jurisdictions have already upped their salary, so for somebody to come up here, it just pays to go somewhere else. So that's our issue right now. It's just being competitive, I think, and that's what we're trying to adjust for right now.
And you mentioned that you're working with HR
Yes,
to
sir.
address that issue.
Yes, sir.
And we haven't got to the final step of that voyage, obviously.
No, we're right in the middle of it, yes, sir.
Are we close?
Getting close on the engineer series classification and plans examiner. Building inspector would be a little different because you have to meet and confer with the unions, and so it takes a little longer process. Judy could probably talk a little bit more about how to go through that process, but it is time consuming.
These are things, and to be quite frank, these are things that are being suggested to me by our contractors in District 3. And I'm doing this in an effort to provide some answers to see that we are making some progress in these areas. Ms. Hawkins, thank you for coming.
With the changes that we have proposed and are working through, the idea is to create both a career ladder within the department and the ability to recruit experienced plans examiners, plans examiner engineer to keep from having to send the plans out, reduce the time. And then also HR is developing a whole new marketing process to push the jobs out there to try and create a want to move to Calaveras County to take these jobs. We created the hashtag where Calaveras works, and we're pushing all the pictures, the beautiful pictures of our county out there along with our recruitments. So to get an idea of come visit us, come work where you play, come, live where you, work where you live and play, and that idea. And the other thing that we're doing is we're also requesting in my budget, NeoGov, which is a better recruiting process. And we have found, we've been tracking, when we push these recruitments out there, we have been doing kind of a matrix of how many people are clicking on our jobs and then how many people are applying for our jobs. And there is a huge problem there. People are looking at them, but they're not actually applying. And our process, you know, somebody had mentioned earlier that if it can't be done on their phone, they don't do it. And you can't apply for our jobs through your phone. And so we're requesting software where you can do that, where you can apply. And if you can go on governmentjobs.com, if you're already in that system, then you can click on your login and then apply for the jobs in Calaveras County. The other things we can do for things like the plans examiner positions, the ones that we're not getting applications for, we can push out an invite in the government jobs website there and invite those that have applied for similar jobs and invite them to come apply at Calaveras County. So HR is really trying to step up how we get people to apply at our county. And the plans examiner, you know, we had last budget cycle, or 2 budget cycles ago, had asked for a senior plans examiner. And we had underestimated a little bit what the salary should be. And I think also during that time frame, the building of the state had increased. People started building houses again. Our economy started recovering. And so then those positions are becoming hard to find. And so I think with the effort of building the career ladder where we can move people up, we will have a series of a 1-2 plans examiner so we can have entry level and then build up into the higher level, and then have the senior or the engineer that can do the higher level exams, plans exams. Then I think we will have a department that will definitely be able to do what we need here in the county and meet the expectations of your constituents.
Sounds like a very good plan. Thank you.
I hope so.
Yeah. Well, in your opinion, and this is addressed to both of you, if you will, in your opinion, is a major factor that we can't get applicants a compensation package, or is it just unavailability of qualified people to apply?
I think it's a long list of things. In this county, we have a problem of not having enough affordable housing. And within that particular classification, now there's not enough people in that skill set. You know, in 2007-8, when people stopped building, then those in those trades either went and found other jobs or they left the state. So there's a deficit in that skill set, and then also those that can do it can get paid more. So, it's finding those people that we can target, that want to be in our beautiful county. And so it's a long list of things.
Okay, final question. In your proposed budget right now, these programs you've just described to us, that's included in this budget request?
Yes.
So you're requesting the funds to do this new program.
Yes.
Hopefully it'll be successful.
Yes, it's incorporated.
I'd like to make a statement just to relay information being presented to me in my district, and that is people that are involved in the building trades, the contractors, are having to lay people off because of a delay in getting plan checks, things of that sort. It's very important to my contractors up there that we address this, and it appears we are. And I want to commend you, Mr. Short, because those critical items that came before us were able to be handled in 3 or 4 days. And that saved some jobs up there. According to the contractor, he was going to lay off 7 people. Thank God we had those plans back to him by then. And I know he's one of a few. But I want to commend you. You're doing a job of what resources you have now. I just want to make sure that you're requesting the resources to fix this problem in the next year.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And just to add what Judy's saying, industry-wide around California is devoid of all these type of skill sets. So it's a California-wide problem.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mills.
My question, I think it's more to the CAO for line 5311. And I noticed this throughout the entire budget, is the costs for A87 are substantially higher this year than they've been in past years. Is there something that's changed in the OMB circular, or is it how we've allocated, or what?
Unfortunately, this isn't an uncommon issue with any A87 and a cost allocation plan, is because you're working in arrears. Building used county council more, they use the auditor more in those years, and so it is really a function of
how much they use
which department is using most of that time within the cost pool.
Okay.
And, and I know this really did impact building this year particularly. And it is those types of unfortunate swings that you do get. It is also fairly common with an A87.
So just for clarity, we get that money back?
Well, we get it because basically instead it goes to the auditor's office, county counsel's office, my office.
Right.
So it's an offset. So yes, you are correct in that it's shifting the general fund, but what it's doing is trying to allocate the cost to which department is consuming that internally.
Yeah, and it isn't in the same year that you make that adjustment?
Yes.
It's 2 years back. 2 years
It's
back.
2 years, yeah. So we're always going to be following the tail.
Right.
Any other questions? Move on to code.
Okay. Okay, on code, as you can see, as the ban came about, the regulatory funds ended, and so we had to put the code into a separate general fund budget. So building now has been separated under 580. Now we have the code under a 600 code. So with that said, we went through and created a whole new budget for it. What we have done is offset some of the general fund contribution through our abatement fund. We had some money in our abatement fund, which is going to be, after we're done, we might have maybe about $100,000 left and paying off some of the accounts receivables, but you'll see that down on another board meeting. With $150,000 transferred from our designated fund, and then the $150,000 in assumed money's coming in from abatements, general abatements. So you're going to have a revenue about $382,000. As you go down to the expenses, like we said earlier, we're keeping one position on hold to offset the general fund contribution. We're backfilling the other code enforcement officers out of one of the 5, which, if you go down to the bottom, the net difference is going to be about $386,186 of contribution from the general fund that we're requesting to offset it right now. And again, the status quo of the positions was 7. Technically, we still have 7, but 1 on hold. So I just want to make that clear.
Ed, thanks a lot. We discussed this a month or so ago when we were talking about your program and the success it's having. I think we all would want to have these things float on their own bottom, but we also recognize that we need to seed this program to build up the momentum to get things going. So you and your team are aware that this is not going to be an ongoing. We won't be able to fund continuing at this level.
Right, and well, also the fee study is going to help where, as I talked about in the other presentations, there wasn't any fee offsets for doing a regular caseload. With the new fee schedule coming up, we're going to be able to capture some of that as we go along, but we don't have that adopted yet. That's coming here, and we'll, as we learn this year, as we're doing the abatements, we'll be able to see how much we can recapture some of those caseload fees. So there'll be some standard fees that will be able to offset that revenue. So hopefully we can start closing that as we're going along to get this thing, this new 8.06 working, so that we can try to minimize the general fund contribution.
Right. I mean, I think.
But I don't think you're right. 100% is very difficult.
100% is very difficult, but we want to
strive for it.
Well, as close as we can. I mean, we're just not going to have the money in the future, so this was to prime the pump.
Can I add a piece to that comment in that, and that's part of what we've been working on the fee consultant and looking at other counties. Realistically, code enforcement is, I think, unlikely that we would get to 100% recovery. And I would say that the challenge there is that inverse relationship in where we were before, take cannabis completely out of the picture and minimally funding code and really not addressing some code violations or issues in the community, coupled with being better at our abatement process and recovery. Obviously, we hope to offset that as much as possible, but one of the reasons that I wanted code to be a specific budget unit again rather than hidden under building is that I wanted there to, us to be able to see it and know what the impacts are based on the level of staffing and make reductions based on what we want to see, down the road.
And one thing I want to add on the new 8.06, our approach is not to be a quota-based to go out and make money. We want to do courtesy and help people. We're looking for compliance. So as you've seen in the 8.06, we're going out there to work with compliance with a courtesy approach. So you don't recapture everything in that approach. So we're trying to be more friendly to the constituents.
Thank you. It sounds like we're on the same page. Just got to, we'll just keep squeezing on it.
Right, but there's a cost to that.
One of the things that jumped out at me was the execute we're going to do 300 citations for cannabis, which is what we discussed. But execute 3 non-cannabis abatement warrants. And this is for your whole code team. Is that standard? Is that normal?
Are you talking about last year's?
No, it's in your goals and objectives.
Well, warrants are a little more approach. We're trying to find compliance and abatement. So as we go with the new 8.06, really you're not going to do a lot of warrants or a lot of administrative hearings. You want to get compliance and recover the costs. So that's why those numbers reflect that. So our approach is not to go through that type of process, warrants.
The other question I had was abandoned vehicle funds, and I wanted to see how that was going. I know we got a lot of vehicles that need to get towed out of here.
Yes.
I know you were working with the CAO and wondering where that is on the budget, where we're at.
It's not in the budget, and the specific reason is it's actually not. This is a learning experience for us all. That's actually not under the purview of the board. That is a JPA that approves that budget. So you wouldn't see it in here as much as you would see it in the JPA. We did have a meeting with
JPAs with Angels and us?
Yes. We did have a meeting with our contractor late last week, to kind of get moving forward. I have already been contacting the Angels city manager, letting her know about our needing to revise our contract and to keep the abandoned vehicle program going. At this point, the fund itself is okay. It's just an issue of the contract and making sure that the contractor is at least recovering his cost is essentially where we're at.
Okay, and so who's on the JPA and where is that in this budget? If it were JPA, we've got money in it, right?
Yes, and it's not, that's why I said it's not in this budget because it isn't under the purview of the board. The people in the JPA, myself, city manager, and I'm trying to remember, Julie was determining who our final members were, and I don't know that. Yeah, I at this point, I knew that it was myself and the city manager, which was a news to me, which is why we were scrambling to get the budget together.
Do we put any general funds into the JPA?
No, it's all funded through the surcharge that everybody pays on their vehicle licenses. When they renew their vehicle license fee, there's that line item of that dollar. That's what the funds come from.
Do we have enough funds in there to deal with the problem, the scale of the problem that we have?
At this point, yes. The issue isn't necessarily a funding issue. The issue is needing to get the contract updated because the contract itself, the cost, the tower is losing money. So we need to adjust that and also the cap on that contract.
When will that be?
As soon as conceivably possible. We're wanting to fix it by the end of this month.
Great.
To add on what Mr. Lutz is talking about, if you look at 4799 on the code budget, 66,324, that comes from reimbursing our staff time from the AVA budget back into our budget, so that pays for the staff time. So we track that, and so that's how we see it here. So you do see a portion of it.
Right, because the only thing we've got more of than shipping containers is abandoned cars.
Correct.
So this is the line you're referring to, Ed, right?
Yes. That's
Yeah, contributions from other governments.
State front.
Let me speak to that AVA thing for just a moment, is that one of the contractors is up in your area, and one of the things he was stating to me was exactly that those contracts need updated. They're not going to be doing it for free. No. And to this point, they're feeling as though they're doing it at a loss, and so they're not wanting to participate. Well, that creates the problem, is because and we've got one over in my area the same way. It isn't that we don't have enough cars for them to work, or vehicles. They're all out there. So it's just a matter of, and it was a learning curve for me too on that AVA, because I did not realize that it was a JPA. But it has to be incorporated to some degree in a working relationship with code to get that done.
Right. And we have to we try to make the balance to make sure we meet the budget goals so that we can get the maximum amount of money.
Right. We can't expect our vendors to do work for free. And,
right.
You know,
correct.
And I'm sure that if we paid them fairly, we'd probably get more cars moving.
Correct.
And with our unemployment rate being one of the lowest, I think, in the last decade, that creates a crunch. It's an employee's market right now. They can kind of pick and choose, and so they can decide they can negotiate their own rate to some degree on some of these jobs, simply because there's not enough people out there to do them.
That's correct.
So there's a crunch. I mean, we're on the other side of that crunch, so to speak. If it's in a down economy, of course, they're all going to be standing at our door. So we take the good with the bad here.
And we get calls every day on AVA.
I'm sure.
A lot.
I'm sure you
Sometimes they're really large RVs abandoned.
We got to get them.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ed. This is time, I guess we should take a poll on building department's budget as to whether we accept or agree with the CAO's proposal for this budget. I'll start with Supervisor Clapp.
We'll just, we're accepting it till we go to,
We're just taking a poll in order to give direction when it comes back to us on the 26th.
okay.
So you're, yes? Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Olvera?
Agreed.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So we'll move on. We do the assessor's office next.
I can do that.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm here for any questions.
Good afternoon, Leslie.
Good afternoon.
Let's get pull your information up here.
Looks like it's going to be page 162 or thereabout in your book.
You're the only department that doesn't get A87?
No, our department can't be charged A87. We actually charge out
That's interesting.
to special districts and things like that. So if you charge me 87, it's almost a double charge.
You are requesting an additional 3 FTEs.
I requested 3. The county administrator recommended 2 of those and agreed that if we're successful competing for the funds that the governor has in his budget, that we could get the 3rd as a limited term for the duration of that funding.
That's the match you were describing yesterday?
Exactly.
Yeah. So the salary on line 5400, salary add to delete reflects just the 2, the CAO recommends and not the third?
Those on her budget, because that was her requested, I think those would have reflected all three, but prorated for when you anticipated
They
hiring
were
them.
always prorated from
Yeah.
October 1st because the funds wouldn't come in until October 1st. So there's no extra 3 months that we'd sweep away at any level.
So that's why you see the difference in salaries and employee benefits is department requested was 1.291, CAO recommended 1.26.
Any board questions?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Olivera?
Yeah, Ms. Davis, thank you for coming again. Ms. Davis, in the 2016-2017 budget, what was your backlog numbers? Do you recall?
Well, we're in 17, 18 now, and we started at about 6,000. I think we started at about 4,400 that year,
Okay. You mentioned 6,000. When was that?
this year.
This year?
Yeah,
So
you went
we've
back-
increased the backlog?
You went back 2 years.
Okay.
Okay, and yes, the backlog increased and now it's down. You asked last night, I said it was about 4,000.
Right.
I looked at the statistics when I got back in my office. It was 3,967, so I was off by 33.
You got to be sharper than that. Now, the second part of that question. You were down, I believe, 2 or 3 employees at that time. Is that correct?
We had vacancies.
You had vacancies.
We were in the midst of recruitment.
And you filled some of those vacancies, correct?
I have filled every vacancy.
Everything. So we've seen a decrease in our backlogs.
Yes.
So the system's working as far as what we need to do. And hopefully with the 3 positions you're requesting now, we'll reduce that backlog pending anything else that is going to be thrown at us, like another fire.
That would definitely be my hope. The numbers that are not counted in the backlog are our annual decline in value reviews. As I think you all know, and excuse me for going into jargon, but I don't know how to explain this anyway other than quoting the Constitution. When property is acquired or newly constructed, it gets a base year value, and that once that base year value is enrolled, it inflates by the increase in the consumer price index or 2%, whichever is less, which is all fine and good until the economy tanks, which it did about 10 years ago. When that happens, we put property in a decline in value status, and the law requires that we review that annually. And we peaked at just over 20,000 properties in decline in value status. Right now, we have 11,374 in decline in value status, and about 2,500 of those are income-producing properties, so they're commercial industrial. Because our staff is relatively new and doesn't have the complex income-producing background to appraise, we have not been able to review those. Those are not counted in my backlogs because technically they're not reappraisable events, although it is work that we should be doing. And so, again, thank you to the CAO for allowing me to use salary savings this year to bring in an extra hire appraiser 3, who I'll be funding through the balance of this fiscal year to try and help us with some of those properties. I know it's a lot of jargon, and I apologize.
I understood about 80% of it. That's pretty good for me.
Okay.
I'm going to make you aware of what, once again, is what's being relayed to me by my constituents in District 3. And there's a couple of circumstances that you've been personally handling. And I thank you for that because it's been a problem in the past 3 or 4 years. And we're not going to go into that. One of the bits of information is I haven't been able to contact the office and get a result over a problem that's been 3 to 4 years old. I understand that's improved, and that's a good move, Do you have enough resources to handle that backlog is my big question here, and I want to make sure that we're funding you properly to make progress in this.
I think my request goes a long way toward making progress. As I mentioned in my budget narrative, when I assumed office in January of 2009, we had 21 budgeted employees. 19 permanent, and 2 extra hire. Over the course of the budget cuts, the board reduced my staffing to 11.2 full-time employees. 11.2 is where we started to begin to experience issues. And then, as you all know, the Great Recession occurred. That increased our workload exponentially. And then we had the problem with the Butte fire. And so we continued to get behind. I think that my request takes a giant step forward toward helping my staff have enough resources and enough people to get this work going through the process. I try not to come in and ask for the moon in terms of staffing, because I prefer to be a bit more conservative, which of course follows your board's budget policies, and sit back and see how's it working and do we need more. So 2 years ago, I asked for an additional appraiser. I got an additional appraiser. It's just not enough. Now I can see that what I need are the higher level, more experienced appraisers to come in and assist as well. If this isn't enough, I'll be back.
Is there any way that we can get an updated progress report to make sure that we're making the effective moves in this budgeting for your department? Quarterly report, doesn't have to be a presentation, maybe just a note to our board clerk.
I don't have a problem coming to you quarterly and you're at the beginning of your meeting and telling you how we're doing.
That would be fine. I mean, that would be my first one. I can't speak for the board.
I can tell you that once once I've applied for the funding that the governor's put into his budget, I'll be required to do annual reporting. It's just something that we'll have to set up a database query, and I can push the button and come in quarterly and tell you where we are with it.
That'd be great.
That'd be great.
The problem for you will be, since you don't have the experience with the workflow that goes through our office, I'll know that I'm seeing some progress. It won't sound like it to you. So, for example, we started with a backlog of about 6,000 last year at the beginning of our work year. It peaked at 8,100. It's now down to 4,000. So what I would be telling you is, okay, our backlog's 8,100, and because you don't understand our workflow, I could see how you might get a little anxious over that number going up. That's just the nature of the workflow.
I'm sure, I have confidence you'll be able to explain it to us layman.
Okay.
Okay.
Supervisor Mills.
Thank you. You mentioned file scanning. It's almost a monumental task at best. How long do you think it's going to take to accomplish, and what line item would we be looking at on your budget to explain where this is?
I would expect it to go under professional and specialized services, and if the CIO wouldn't mind scrolling down to give me that number, because I know I have about 5,000 or 6,000 in there now, that would be 5271. So I would expect that particular project to fund on that line item. And again, that would be something I would be asking for the state to help us with, because that's intended to help with efficiency in the department so that we can pull up the information faster when we're talking to property owners.
Would you want to be doing this as a year-over-year expense? In other words, not just thinking about it for this year, but years going forward as well?
I think it's going to largely depend on what the vendors tell us in terms of how long they think it will take to scan 50,000 files, name them, and make them accessible. We will also, just so you know, we'll incur some storage costs, because we're going to have to take those file cabinets with a key. We're going to have to put them in storage, locked, but continue to be accessible. There's a clause in the Revenue and Taxation Code that tells us how long we have to keep documents if we scan them. So we will also incur some storage costs associated with that. Hopefully, by the time I'm applying to the state, I will have identified all those little hidden costs associated with this project.
I have a question on that piece. So you're at 6,500, because unfortunately you were the only department, I think, that didn't do line item detail, so it didn't give me the descriptions of what the items were. Otherwise, I would have been able to ask this question before. At 6,500, if the intent is for the scanning itself, would that be?
It is not budgeted currently.
Okay, it's not budgeted currently?
It is not budgeted.
Okay.
This is for our outside C-case audits.
Okay.
We entered into it's essentially a JPA, but not quite, agreement with all California counties. The Board of Supervisors in 1988 approved it. It is a cooperative audit services exchange where we literally sell the audits that we need to have done to other counties in the state. They send their auditor appraisers out to do those audits. So we're saving money not having to hire an auditor appraiser to do that work.
That makes me feel better. I just wanted to make sure, because
that's what that
it's going to be a
line
lot
item
more
is.
to pay somebody to scan that many files, particularly if it's going to be on site.
Yeah, and we have not been able to make contact with vendors to get a sense of how long, back to your question of how many years, we don't know how long it will take or how much it will actually cost. I'm hopeful that we can get it done sooner rather than later, because as I said last night, I need the real estate for people.
The fastest route is for sure to hire a vendor. I did this while I was in Tulare, and in one of our situations with our HR files, we didn't want off-site. I would assume we'd be in a similar boat with the assessor's files, which means bringing somebody on-site. It took roughly 3 weeks to get the extensive amount of HR files done, and it was not inexpensive, that's for sure. It cost about $70,000.
So what is the 4721 designated fund that's used in this?
That's the assessor's designated fund intended to help us essentially develop and maintain the physical characteristics system. Historically, what I have used that fund for is to acquire vehicles. So instead of coming to you and saying, I need the general fund to give me $40,000 to go out and get a four-wheel drive or an all-wheel drive Ford Escape, I simply make a request for a transfer from my designated fund. As a result, I don't bring that fund before you very often because it's growing at about $10,000 a year, maybe 15 in a good year. And so it grows so gradually that until and unless I have a car die, I don't come back to you with that request.
Looks like your balance is about $65,000 right
Should
now,
be.
give or take.
Yeah, I'm getting very close to being able to get 2 more vehicles, and I have 2 vehicles that are on the ragged edge of
So
not making it.
Where does the money come from?
The money comes from sales that we have to the public that are related to physical characteristics. So when they come in and buy maps, we have very large data resellers who will purchase the assessment roll and the characteristics. Our current charge is $4,400. Looking toward a potential increase for that. I think we sell 2 or 3 of those, so we're actually making between $12,000 and $15,000 a year on that.
Thank you.
We used to make significantly more, and I think it's something that the board should probably know about. One of the first things that I did when we started having to downsize as a result of budget cuts is I stopped all work that did not contribute to producing an assessment roll. So what had happened before is folks would come in and they'd say, and I'm just making this up, I'd like a list of all vacant parcels in Saddle Creek. That is not a public record. That is a special request. We could charge for that, and that charge would go into that designated fund. But I cut off those special requests because we had lost so many people. Our focus had to be on production of the assessment roll. Depending on how it goes, I can tell you that the public really misses that service.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I've got a question, and maybe Mr. Lutz can answer this. I'll present it to both of you. When the sale of a property by the county for non-payment of taxes, that type of thing, where do the proceeds go? Do they go to the general fund, or do they go to the assessor's office, or is there some designation for that?
That's a tax auction or a tax delinquency handled by the tax collector's office. And so I will let Mr. Letts handle it, although I do know what happens to it.
And part's going to depend on, so walking through your scenario again, a property that is going because prior taxes are owed on it, correct? Is that your scenario?
That's
So yes, it does, then the tax collector at And I don't remember all the statutes or provisions for how long she has to have it in delinquent status. I think it's somewhere around 5 years. That
It is exactly 5 years.
That it needs to be in delinquent status, at which point then she can take it to auction, and then it goes through based on the auction proceeds, you know, the priority list of debtors that, and one of those, although we're not number one priority, but one of those would be the county and owed taxes.
Okay, but who gets that money?
It depends.
The money that's designated just for the county, does that go to the tax collector?
It goes to the general fund.
Yeah, it just
So
goes
the-
back into the general fund.
And
Okay, so
actually,
it's
it doesn't.
available
Can I
for all.
chirp in here, since I made lots of money doing this?
Well, hold on a second, Mr. Clapp, because I just want to make sure we really clearly answer this question. To the extent that there are back taxes owed, the
Right.
taxes themselves go to the county general fund. The penalties and interest are what's funding teeter,
Right.
okay? If there are excess proceeds, the tax collector has steps that she has to take to disperse those funds, either to the property owner or the person who had an interest in that property. And just so you know, it's not that I'm a tax collector expert, but the state controller appointed me to her committee on property tax collecting procedures, so I've learned way more about tax collection than I ever thought I wanted to know. Okay,
I think you did excellent.
thank you, Supervisor Clapp.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you. Leslie, yesterday when you were talking about the governor wanting to give money to beef up our collections, because they like to collect their taxes. I got home last night and I thought to myself, is there an equation that tells us if you add another assessor or appraiser, what the sort of ROI is on us? You are a revenue generator, so it's a sales question. I know it's not sales, but you're a generator. So what is the equation?
There is no real equation. Over the years, and I will tell you, back in the 90s, I think it was Assembly Bill 616, and then it was Assembly Bill 719, and then it was the pilot program, and now this is the program. Many assessors' offices have attempted to figure out, for every dollar you give me, how much am I giving you back? Because it sounds great during budget, right? The answer is anywhere from 2 to 11 times your investment comes back to you. And it really depends on the county, it depends on the state of the assessment roll, and it depends on what types of events haven't been captured. So we may actually be in a situation where someone is purchasing a piece of property for less than it's assessed at. We still have to value that event, but that's a negative return on investment, right? So that's why the amount varies from county to county. And in some counties, property's worth a heck of a lot more than it is in Calaveras County. So they get a higher return.
I tell you, if you could ever solve that, that'd be a great pitch coming in here.
Well, yeah, except, you know, the taxpayer doesn't like to hear the assessor say out loud, hey, you fund me and I'll make you more money. Because the taxpayer wants to know that the assessor cares about the taxpayer first and your funding second. And so I want that very clear.
There's no doubt about that. I'm specifically addressing the backlog. You have to follow the rules and the law. But if we get caught up and it produces more income, that's a good thing. My final question is, and we talked about this last night, about the reclass, that one FTE on there. I'd like to know more about that, and I continue to have concerns about duplication of efforts around GIS. So if you could talk about the reclass and then give me assurances that we're not doing something twice.
I can absolutely assure you at this point in time, there is no duplication of effort. My maps are produced using AutoCAD. The GIS team is using Esri products. However, I can also tell you that over the years, I have been looking at ways to make my office run more efficiently and to produce maps that the public and other county departments actually want to use. So just by way of history, the assessor is required to maintain assessment maps, and those assessment maps are intended to describe the property that is the security for the lien of taxes. Again, I'm sorry for the jargon, but that's just what the law says. That's why I'm required to do it and not a GIS division. Over the years, we've gone from ink on Mylar to computer, two-dimensional drafting programs that produce maps. And now there's GIS. Well, I think you all know that when you go out on Google or you're going out on the county's GIS, that's what you're used to looking at. And I realize that's what the public's used to looking at, and there has to come a time when the maps that I'm producing are married to what the public is actually expecting. So I expect we will be transitioning to the Esri product. Again, Mr. Moore and I have met. We will continue to meet to try to work this out. As long as that responsibility under the law vests in my office, I'm going to fight for that position to be in my office with taking work direction from me. But I can assure you at this point, there is no duplication of effort. And I'm sensitive to your point. As a taxpayer of this county, I don't want to think I'm paying tax dollars that are paying for two different departments to do the same thing. So if we reach a point where I think that that might be happening, I will certainly bring Mr. Lutz into the conversation.
I was just listening to your words, and it was as of today, at this point. That's not, and this budget's about tomorrow. So
Well,
I will probably recommend that when we do our polling, this is something we table till we get better clarity, because I do have concerns.
Well, part of the reclassification, I really have to tell you, is that as the job is written right now, it almost mirrors exactly the GIS tech, and it's paid $5 an hour less than a GIS tech. It also almost exactly mirrors the engineering tech, and it's paid $5 an hour less than the engineering tech. There is inequity within the county that we are attempting in part to remedy and to acknowledge what this position does. And when I say right now, I mean, gee guys, you've got to realize I'm essentially running a battleship. This is a $7 billion assessment roll with 50,000 assessments on it. These changes don't happen overnight. If I'm lucky, I will be able to accomplish the changes I want in mapping maybe in 2 or 3 years. I think this is a critical reclassification. Actually, I think all of the reclassifications I asked for are critical. If I'm only going to get them one at a time, I think this one is really important for internal equity in the county.
Questions? Any other supervisor questions?
Leslie, are you going to be bringing any tax sales to the board soon, or?
Tax sales?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I don't do that. That's Barbara.
Okay.
And I thought I saw it on the agenda a week or two ago. She generally brings the delinquency list to you sometime in June, and she typically goes out to auction. She has of late been using an online system to do her tax auctions.
Thank you.
For the public who's watching, they might want to go onto her website because she puts them out on her website when she's about ready to do a tax auction.
Any other questions? No? Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you.
Deliberations on this issue? I guess you have an issue with GIS and CAD reclassification.
I believe all sides. I believe all sides. I think they're trying to act fairly. I just would like to have a little bit more clarity before we move forward on it.
So you would like to table it at least until September, final budget?
I think so. I'd like to, but the other stuff, this appraiser and assessment, is fine.
I share the same concern that Supervisor Garamendi does. And the duplication of efforts could be a factor. I think tabling at this time might be a wise decision on that issue only. But the other issues discussed, I'm good with.
The other recommendations by the CEO?
I'm good with those.
Supervisor Mills?
I'm not for tabling it.
You what?
I will not table it.
You will not table it?
And I think Ms. Hawkins might also have a discussion from the HR standpoint on the recommendation.
Something that I would like to bring up about the current cadastral specialist position is that there is an inequity in that salary as it stands right now, as the job description is written. The pay is significantly under what other counties are paying. The job description, I think that this is not so much a reclass as a upgrade of the job description. And so if it is a case of trying to make sure that the GIS portion is looked at another time, but I think that we really need to, the salary increase needs to be pushed through as it is in the documents, because there is a significant difference to what we're paying now. And we have not been able to successfully fill that position. I don't, Leslie, in how many years? Well, it's filled now. But I mean, at the levels that Leslie has tried to recruit at. She's tried to recruit at 3s, and we filled them at entry level. So we definitely need to.
Did you say you said you have been unable to fill it at this level?
It is underfilled as a 1.
But it was filled.
It is underfilled at the moment, yes.
So you haven't been able to get, so I'm confused. Yeah. Is this the person that you want for the job?
Originally, as the recruitment was done, we were recruiting for a 3. We have underfilled it with a 1 because we were unable to recruit a 3.
So are you going to hire a 3 and there'll be a 1, 2? Or are you promoting the 1 to a 3?
So we would continue to keep a 1, but I think the 1 is still underpaid for what we are paying that position.
So is this a new position?
No. We are just trying to update the job description and the pay for this position because there is an inequity.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just...
I think you're getting a runaround, Jack.
Well, I'm just not sure. You said that you couldn't hire someone at the 3 level, so you hired someone at the 1 level, and then you're going to take that person at the 1 level and promote them to the 3 level?
No, they will continue to be the 1, but just when we're looking at if for some reason the position was to become vacant in the future, or just looking at what we're paying this position, it's just an example of trying to, the recruitment difficulties we've had in this position because of the pay.
So let me ask you this, trying to clarify what's being said here. We're being asked to add 2 FTEs. Both of those are one's an appraiser 1 and one's an assessment technician 1. So is this person doing this job now expected to drop down into one of those and you go recruit for GIS?
No.
So I think that's what needs to be.
Let's talk about reclassification for a minute. This county has long done something that I have a problem with, and that is, if you want your people to have more money, you have to reclass them. You have to call them something else. Okay, right now, that job series, the mapping job series, is called Cadastral Specialist 1, 2, 3. In order to get more money, in order to fine-tune what we need to do for my office operation, this county's process has always been reclass them, ask for the higher salary. I need a mapper on staff. At one point I had 3, I'm down to 1. Judy is quite correct. We have had extensive problems recruiting for that. It is one of 3 disciplines in my office. One of the other disciplines is the appraisal realm, and then the last one is the assessment analysts. The mapper is not moving into either of the 2 other positions that we're requesting. We're requesting 2 appraiser 3s, one of which the county administrator has said we can consider for limited term, and 1 assessment technician. That is not what the mapper does. The mapper literally does our mapping.
I think where I'm confused is the whole 3 in 1 thing. It's already were you able to, was this recruited at a 3?
No.
It was not.
Okay, it was recruited as a 1, 2, 3. It was filled as a 1. The position on the books is a 3.
Why did we fill it as a 1?
Because I could not find anyone who could meet the minimum qualifications of a 3, which meant they needed to know how to map for an assessor's office and who would accept that pay. So instead what I did was I recruited someone with absolutely no experience, and I have been putting them through training as a 1.
And you intend to make that person, is that person now qualified to be a 3?
No, that person will be a 1 in the newly reclassified series as well. That person is qualified to be a 1 in the reclassification, and they will be a 1. We will not have a 3 because in the first place, the incumbent does not qualify for that level. In the second place at this point, I'm not willing to lay someone off simply to bring a 3 in. We have an investment in this employee.
It's a little bit clearer. Thank you for clearing that up. It was a little confusing on what.
I just don't want you to compare apples and oranges. There's the appraiser.
No, I'm sure the board kind of understands now exactly what you were trying to say. There'll still be 1. You're just going to call them or reclassify them to GS, CAD, GIS. And then still the other 2, the assistant and the appraiser coming on as 1s or 2 or 3, whatever we recruit.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. And my point is that we can adjust the job description, but the salary needs to be adjusted.
I'm just going to point out that, the assessor, what we already know, the assessor is independently elected, and she'll run her shop the way she chooses. If we want to have the assessor, so once we give her the money, she's going to do what she wants to do with it. Hopefully, today she has no intention of building a GIS. Would like to have that whole thing worked out before we hand it over, because we're not going to have any control or way to make sure they all work together. And I know your intention is to work together, Leslie. I'm just concerned.
Let me be really clear about this GIS parcel fabric. We created initially in my office. Okay, the parcel layer as it was labeled then, the parcel fabric as it exists now, was initially created in the assessor's office. What happened 5 years ago is my cadastral specialist 3 took a job over in IT and GIS for a significant raise because they get paid more, and they took over the parcel fabric. It's never been about us taking something away. It's about me mapping for assessment purposes, and that parcel fabric is critical to that mapping. We're just not at the point where we're moving forward with that, Jack.
I understand the
Okay?
history.
And I'm going to stand here and somebody quietly said, you're going to go rogue. Look, I have always attempted to work with the board, with the admin, with whatever department is on the periphery of some of these tasks. And I think Stan said it to you last night. I said it last night and again today. We have opened discussions on this particular issue. I'm just not letting loose of a responsibility that I have by law.
Nor am I. So there we go.
Okay? All right.
But in reality, this reclassification is not doing anything different. You're still mapping. You're still using this person to do what you're saying.
Exactly.
So it's not.
This reclassification is getting more money for someone who deserves it for equity purposes.
So, okay, thank you. So, have you changed your opinion on the poll?
No.
Supervisor Oliveira?
No, I have not.
Supervisor Mills, you wanted to go forward as presented.
As presented, knowing that this is a 14% increase over last year. And knowing that it is a 14% increase over last year's budget.
Assessor's budget.
Yes, sir.
Overall.
Yes, sir. I just wanted us to be aware, those 3 positions, and what that represents.
The question now is though, we're
Yes.
holding on.
You would go forward.
You go for it rather than holding off until final budget.
Yes.
Supervisor Clapp. We're talking about the reclassification.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I like to just blame Sam for it.
Turn your microphone on, please.
If we put it off until the final budget, what does it hurt? What
do you gain?
Yeah,
Can I ask which portion to put off?
just a reclassification is
Okay.
what Jack was asking. That's what we're talking about right now.
Yes,
isn't it?
that's what we're talking about
Yeah,
right
so if we did that, what does it hurt? What harm does it do to give Jack that, and the other two what they want? Is there,
At the end of the day, no, it's 3 months. If you,
yeah, I would go along with him,
With putting it off?
yes.
So we have 3, 4, putting it off until final budget and readdressing at that time, September.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
I'm for doing the same, so I guess we have 4-1 to hold off on that. Going into the other recommendations of the 2 FTEs by the CAO, where do we stand on that? Supervisor Garamendi?
Support that.
Supervisor Alvarez?
I support that, but I want to make sure that we can have some measure of performance and seeing if we're doing the right thing down the road on that quarterly reporting issue. I think that's a good idea. I think I would support it.
Supervisor Mills?
I would agree as well, with the understanding that we have to see a performance change with the additional personnel and staff.
Supervisor Clapp?
Yes.
I support that also.
yes.
All right, shall we move on
Do
to
you, I was gonna say, do you have a preference for what you want next?
District Attorney?
Okay.
Been sitting here.
Good afternoon, Barbara Duke, District Attorney.
Looks like it should be on about page 238.
Anybody have it? Page, the salary or the Schedule 9 starts in 235. You gave a presentation yesterday, and we talked about what you were requesting, and that was to eliminate assistant and reclassify as a deputy. And then you wanted to add 1 deputy into the sheriff's office?
That's correct. That's part of my total request, but all we talked about yesterday was those 2 items, the main thing being the addition of the high-level deputy district attorney to be housed with the sheriff's office for, specifically for the marijuana team right now. And there was some confusion that we clarified based on another request I have in a form that should have gone with the packets and went into OpenGov for an additional deputy DA entry level as a swap out for my long-term administrative assistant too, who was retiring. That's budget neutral. And that caused some confusion with admin, I think, in putting things
Mr. Chair, I
together.
have a question. District Attorney, you mentioned high-level DA
Yes,
versus an entry-level DA
Yes.
for those 2 positions.
yes.
Would you be transferring one of your current ADAs into that position?
For the marijuana?
Marijuana,
team?
yes.
No, my intention would be to bring on someone new if I can recruit somebody.
You would hire at a high level?
Yes.
Okay.
They would have to be, because this is somebody who would have to have a lot of experience in order to build and tackle the mixed civil and criminal caseload, do the complex prosecutions that would be required. And, you know, we're talking about the unfair business practices, organized crime, the whatever marijuana is going to look like going forward, if it ends up being more of a consumer protection type scenario, or if it's just criminal portions. It's just a very broad practice, complex prosecutions, and so it requires a very highly experienced attorney.
And they would handle that all the way from investigation to charging to trial?
Yes.
So it would be a trial DA?
Yes, that's what
So
prosecutors
that has to be very expensive?
Yes.
If they're that qualified?
Yes.
What kind of salary range is that?
In this budget, if I will add, it might help provide clarity. So with that error, I will say that salary is in this budget request, and it's about $120,000.
It is?
It is in this budget request. I'm looking at the line item right now, that it was included in here because when we pulled it in, my understanding was we were pulling in that other deputy. So that was the miscommunication, the error. So that salary is in this budget as submitted.
So there are two
Okay,
deputy DAs.
Yes.
The one was budget neutral, and this one, we budgeted with the full family benefits, which is what we do, not because we don't know what the case is going to be. And our estimate was 146, not 120. So
part of it, I mean, our internal estimation of what an
Okay.
employee costs versus what the department puts in there, we typically go with what we feel is going to be that cost. It also might have factored into when we expected it to be hired, because it wouldn't be hired right away.
That's true. That's correct. And we did budget we budgeted for that in the salary savings, because we would be requiring the person to undergo full post background estimating. I think I might have only estimated a month, but it would probably be more like 3 months because of where they would be housed.
I have a question. Would this person be solely on marijuana? I mean, if they were looking for search warrant for other things, could they utilize this person in the office too, if it's not marijuana related?
I believe that right now and in the foreseeable future, it is absolutely a full-time caseload. It's not that would be under a grant, for instance, where the person couldn't do other things. So we would utilize them as we were able. I do anticipate it would be a full caseload and a high demand, very, very busy caseload. You mentioned search warrants, and I just want to share some information with you on how busy
Or
it's been.
investigations or whatever need be, if it's unrelated to marijuana, if they're investigating something else, and, you know, you mentioned gangs and things like that. It could be meth or other drugs or firearms or something else that they may need his expertise on doing investigations on, or...
I would, if we were able to get this position and they were housed with the sheriff's office, I would not tell them, if a detective comes to you and needs you to review a search warrant or needs some help on a homicide, that you have to say no unless there's marijuana involved. I would not say that. Okay. So they would be accessible and available for other assistance. You know, we have to, you know, the court expects us to be fungible, which means that if one DA is not available, another one has to be able to step in. And that only works to a certain extent, obviously. We have different levels of experience, and when we can have vertical assignments, we try to stick with that. That is the best model, especially for certain types of crime, a vertical model where you have one attorney assigned to a particular case. You don't have duplication of effort. You don't have multiple employees trying to get up to speed on the same file. It's not very efficient, and you lose information sometimes. So I would definitely strive for a vertical assignment, but that doesn't mean that they would be locked in and couldn't do anything else if we needed them to.
That was my concern, is we're saying this, but if they needed them immediately for something, then I'm not saying it's gonna take away all the caseload from your office and not utilizing your office, for the sheriff's office, but in some circumstances, I didn't want to be able to just lock him in and him say, no, I'm here for
Right.
marijuana, and that's it. So,
If I could follow up on that question, you were here this morning for our conversation with the sheriff and talking about the marijuana enforcement team, and you heard me discuss that, you know, we've really got about a year of funding left on this, and I wanted to make sure that when that funding was up for the MET team, he could blend those deputies back into his standard work and fill out the stable, for lack of a better term, and I'm sure there's a better term, to keep things going. So that being the probable case, if we look at our finances, what are you going to do with this attorney when there is no MET team? What will they be embedded with?
That would be up to you. So,
Well, it's an ongoing expense for us.
I realize that.
So we suddenly have a very high-paid attorney working on a team that no longer, embedded in a no longer existing team. Comes back to Supervisor Tofinelli's point. What is that person at that point?
I would love to be able to tell you that there will be no crime and there'll be nothing for them to do and we can let them go. I don't anticipate that that would be the case. Even if there is no team, I think there would be plenty of work to do should you decide to allow us to do it. Currently, we don't have a consumer protection unit. We don't have an environmental crimes unit. We don't have a public corruption unit. We don't have an organized crime unit. We don't have
I understand.
specific.
I understand.
So
There's unlimited needs.
Yes.
I'm just thinking you've got an equity issue now between your other deputy DAs, and you brought in this gun. And how does it all fit? I don't doubt there's plenty of work. I'm just curious with this ongoing expense over years ahead. I mean, we're gonna. I'm just curious because I'm not concerned about this year.
Okay.
I'm concerned about the out years and what they look like.
The attorney that I was asking for is a 4. I currently have 2 4s in my office now after our restructuring that we did a few months ago. And all I can say is there's plenty of work to go around. There will be plenty of work to go around. There will be plenty of need for a high-level attorney. And something I want to just address, and it's something that you stated earlier, and I was very happy for your acknowledgement of it, that you know, the sheriff's office and my office, we're not about bringing in revenue. We're not about making money. You know, our mission is to seek justice. Sometimes seeking justice and seeking some punishment does include seeking fines and fees and hurting the bad guys that way. So while we never talk about it in terms of, you know, hey, this position could bring in some revenue, the reality is that it can. And once again, I'm not, you know, going down that road of painting us as revenue makers. But if you look at one of my designated funds, the environmental fund, it's grown slowly over the years, but it's grown because of the efforts of CDAA and the statewide prosecutors association, program, and the circuit prosecutors efforts. So we could be doing more of that. We could be doing more if we had the ability to do it in-house and really trying to go after some of the financial punishment that can be had, that we're just not doing. And as a forfeiture as well. It grows slowly because we are only dealing with the cash that someone leaves lying around. We don't have the ability and have not traditionally gone after, you know, the houses, the bank accounts, the cars, things like that. I mean, sometimes we get them and then we auction them off, and then those coffers grow slowly because it is, once again, a punishment. It's not a money-making effort. But we're only doing small pieces of it that we stumble across, if you will, instead of having a very more robust and targeted approach.
Mr. Chair, District Attorney York, I've got some concerns, and these are more of a realistic, mechanical operation of this issue. We're going to take a high-level attorney, district attorney, experienced in a variety of investigations that could develop out of the cannabis situation. And we're going to be utilizing him in conjunction, embedded at the Sheriff's Department. And he or she are going to assist in the enforcement of the cannabis ordinance to an extent on the criminal side, going to assist in writing search warrants, and going to assist in the associated crimes when on cannabis investigations. Who's going to write the search warrants, and what's his support staff going to be like? Is he going to do all of his own research, all of his own search warrant draft?
Okay. My deputies don't.
How does that work?
My deputy DAs don't draft search warrants.
Okay.
And it's a liability issue. It's because it's an investigatory function. We review them. We try to make sure that they're bulletproof and they're going to stand up in court. Compared to when a judge reviews it, the judge just reviews it for probable cause. We are looking down the road. Is this going to stand up in court? Is there information we need to protect? Is there information that's missing that we need to put in? We balance it with the ever-changing laws, and that has been very labor intensive over the last 2 years. Search warrants, sometimes there's easy ones, and sometimes they're very, very complex ones.
I understand that.
So we're focusing on the MET team. The investigating officer would be writing the search warrant, and my deputy would be there to help advise, to review, and to sign off on it, and help them get through with the judge. Okay, and that's very important. It's very important to make sure that all that work is not for naught, because it gets thrown out later because there was some legal insufficiency.
So, as we take that process to trial, with evidence, interpretation of evidence, rounding up witnesses, things of that sort, things that your office does now with the help of investigators and legal clerks, that's my concern, is you're going to take a high-level attorney, embed him in the sheriff's department, and they're going to be kind of an assisting overseer of the legal aspects of those cases. But who's going to do the groundwork? Who's going to do the groundwork when that case gets through the procedure and goes up to trial? I guess what I'm trying to say is, I don't think there's enough manpower or woman power for just one person to be successful. Maybe you should think of maybe putting some type of revenue, half-time FTE or something to assist that person. Is that am I out base there?
If you recall, for at least the last 2 years, I've been requesting a 4-person unit. And the reason was I didn't want to set up someone for failure. If you recall, it was the deputy DA,
That's what I'm afraid of.
an
We're
investigator,
setting somebody up for failure.
forensic accountant, and a support staff person. Through negotiations and discussions with admin and HR and the auditor, I agreed to scale back because we at least have to start somewhere. The other piece of it is the sheriff's office maintaining their team and maybe getting a couple more investigators. There's that investigation piece. That's been built up on that end. For the forensic accounting, this position does come along with a special budget for contracting for forensic accounting services, so we can get started and see how that goes, and following the money, and seeing where those investigations go. And so when you look at it that way, the centerpiece would be some more prosecutor resources. We have started a new kind of addition or change to our case management system where prosecutors can start drafting their own complaints instead of it going through staff. So we've done some streamlining that should be helpful and reduce the need for support. It would still be there, but because they can draft their own complaints, we still can't file electronically with the court. So there still is that piece, but they can draft their own complaints. That streamlines that process. If they are embedded with the unit, shouldn't be a problem to get their partners to court when it comes to testifying. But we do have the subpoena process, which is also kind of a web-based subpoena service for peace officers. So there's a lot that we've done over the last couple of years that should make the prosecutor a little more self-sufficient as far as needs for support staff, but they would still be my deputy even though they are housed in the sheriff's office, and they would still have access to the other support staff that are housed in my
And once again,
trailer.
I bring this up because I've actually been in that situation. in my law enforcement experience, sometimes in the big city police departments, and sometimes in our county as the sheriff's office here. And I'm very concerned that if you're going to get a high-level attorney, district attorney, and they have the position embedded in that sheriff's department without any physical support, I think your candidate list is going to be very, very short if you can get anybody. I'm going to come in here for $140,000 for your estimate, and I'm going to come from an experienced agency that had legal clerks, that had DA investigators. And they're going to want to come to here and say, well, I'm going to go sit in the sheriff's department, and I may have to draft my own complaints, but I'm going to oversee the search warrants done by law enforcement. And believe it or not, sometimes DAs and law enforcement will get along that well. I'm very concerned about that. And my concern is maybe we need more than a one high-level attorney to be successful. I mean, am I off base?
I don't think you're off base, and I appreciate the support for the vision of how it could work. But I've been asking for 2 years and we haven't gotten it. So, you know, and it's a lot of money.
Believe me, I'm in support of you.
I acknowledge that. I completely acknowledge it as a lot of money. But I feel like we have to start somewhere. And I would assume that the attorney, if they needed help, they would ask for it. You know, and we're talking about some of the mechanics of having the paperwork drafted and going to court. So it's, I mean, that's all stuff that we
I just
can
want to
handle.
bring those issues up so everybody's looking at the same thing.
I appreciate it. And my staff does have experience in some of the civil filings through the support that we do for CDAA. So when we have our environmental prosecutor based out of Sacramento and he's got something to file, they work with my staff here and, you know, they email the documents, we print them out, we get them signed, you know, and then we file them. So we already have some support staff with experience in supporting an outside attorney, an attorney who's not necessarily housed under our roof and who is doing some civil and some criminal work. I mean, it's not that often and it's kind of novel, but we do have some experience in doing that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mills.
Yes, Barbara, we talked yesterday about the number of open positions that you carried last year and the resulting salary savings for that. Would it be valuable for the board to consider putting you into that public safety element that we talked about with the sheriff this morning? And that is those salary savings could be rolled over into a separate fund for public safety, and be sure that the district attorney's office is included in that discussion so that we don't lose track of having that buffer. It's desperately important that we maintain some type of a contingency buffer in the public safety departments, more so than probably anybody else. So I'm just simply asking the board to consider adding her staff or her budget into that discussion.
If I recall correctly, I think Captain Macedo addressed that and said it depends, and so that would be my answer as well. That it depends. It would depend on what it looks like. It really depends on what it looks like. It really does. And the other thing, this is, it's hopefully you don't think this is off topic, but you know, I believe that the public defender budget is included in public safety, and personally, I don't think it belongs there. The public defender, the indigent defense is not public safety. Indigent defense is indigent defense. And, you know, the public defenders do a important service. Defense attorneys do an incredibly important service. It's a service for all of us. It's a constitutional right. But their job is to zealously defend their client. Their job is not to protect the public. And so I would quibble with that being in the public safety corridor. The other thing is their budget is treated so differently from ours. If you're not aware, the indigent defense, they pretty much have a blank check that the county has to cash for experts, whereas I have to live within my budget. So I kind of just want to throw that out there. So if you are going down that road, I would definitely quibble with them being included.
Okay, I just tossed it out for discussion.
Kick you because that's too much.
I didn't want to forget to share a couple of numbers with you. From the time that we had a part-time deputy DA housed with the sheriff's office at the Hubbard building, our search warrants, and these aren't necessarily all sheriff's office search warrants, this is the number we got from the court who assigns the search warrants. In 2011, it was 52, and then 2012, it jumped up to 101, and then 116, 2014, it went down to 99, and then 2015 is 72, 2016 was 109, 2017 it went up to 145, and we are already up to over 50 so far this year, and this is before marijuana season. So when we talk about search warrant review, it's a very, very important service, and sometimes it is extremely time-consuming depending on the facts and changes in the law.
Once again,
and so
with that increase in numbers, and believe me, I think we can attribute that to the cannabis situation for the search warrants. I think we should staff this position with the realization that let's not set it up for failure. Let's get it staffed the way it should be, for what that's worth.
And I did have some answers to your questions that you left lingering yesterday, if you want me to address those now or after.
Which one, the first?
I had some
Mr.
questions
Oliveira
on the
has some
agencies
questions?
that have an embedded DA.
Oh, well, I answered that this morning, the one okay. But you also asked about which agencies were involved in Operation Terminus. This is from the Sheriff's Office press release. It was Fish and Wildlife, National Guard, Counter Drug Task Force, State Water Board, Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, CHP, CAL FIRE, and of course the Sheriff's Office and my office. For a drill down on who was on the Counter Drug Task Force, you'd probably have to ask Josh Crabtree over at the Sheriff's Office. As far as I'm aware, I did not receive any requests for any other jurisdiction to take jurisdiction, so I'm not aware of the AG's office or the feds taking any of the cases. They would have asked me first. Fish and Wildlife did take one case administratively, and we are working with them on that. But for any criminal prosecutions, they would be coming to my office to request charges, not...
So to the best of your knowledge, your office is handling the prosecution
Yes.
on that issue, on that particular case, for all those agencies other than Fish and Game and the administrative?
Yes, Fish and Wildlife took one case administratively, but it's not over yet.
I understand.
It's not over yet. And I want to let you know that for all of the urgency ordinance case referrals, starting a couple of years ago with the airport bus, we have filed every single case that was referred to us. We have 50 misdemeanors, 24 felonies. That includes I think 37 urgency ordinance cases. We do have a handful of cases that we are still waiting for reports on, and that's because of all the other agencies involved. It's been quite cumbersome making sure that we have all of the reports. So there's a handful that we are still pending, because we're waiting for these reports to trickle in. In addition, we had probably, I think, 15 that CDAA has handled for us, and that would be civilly. So
How many assistant DAs do you have assigned to that case? Is it one?
those cases are handled by whoever is going to court that day.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
The cases are handled by whoever is going to court that day.
Okay.
It's not a vertical assignment. I don't have the luxury of vertically assigning a
Do you have more
prosecutor
than one
to.
assistant DA handling that case?
It
Or
depends.
those cases from all the agencies so far?
Okay, so when we decide to file a case, it goes to court, and whatever deputy DA is going to court that day would handle that case. So it depends on when it gets calendared.
Oh, I understand the
So
calendar.
that's, okay.
What would it take, and I really don't want to beat this up, I think we're getting on, but it is on a budget, and we're talking about budgets.
Sure.
Your case preparation, your charging, all the way through that process, that wasn't done by one person on the Terminus project, right?
No.
Okay.
So CDA is reviewing some of them. Some, it depended, if there was an arrest, for instance, if the person was in custody, it was who I had available.
Okay,
Because we have 48 hours to charge them. So if they were still in custody, it was who I had available. It's going to depend on how many cases come in. Yeah, I can't tell you as I'm standing here which of my deputies
I understand
charge
that.
which cases. You know, it depends on the day, it depends on, you know, workload, it depends, when we got the report, you know, we only have 48 hours that we have to charge them, so.
That's correct.
And sometimes those reports aren't ready, they're being prepared, and so it takes a while. Sometimes we might even take a verbal on a report. And so as these reports are trickling in, it's going to depend on when they come in and how we package them up, and then who's going to review them. It's for these, definitely would be one of my higher level of attorneys who would be reviewing them. Okay. Now, ideally, it would be the person who, if we had a vertical model, whoever was working with the deputies, helped them through the search warrant, went out to the scene, you know, because if you're there personally, it's a lot better than just trying to read it afterwards, and it was very up on the issue. That person would be charging it and then going to court. That's the best model. I don't have a luxury of that, but that's what we would like to do.
Okay.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Yeah, I was born at St. Thomas Aquinas as a kid, never to get in a Bible thumping contest with a nun, and I will not try to guess what you know about the rights and stuff, but I would argue about public safety and public defenders, that public defenders are a function of public safety, is guaranteed by our government, because not all public safety is, it's a diverse topic. But what I wanted to suggest was that the board really take a look at these as two district attorney positions. And I think that we talked about at the beginning of this meeting, making sure that we took a long view approach to what the future is going to be. We were concerned about our revenues versus expenditures regarding Measure C money, and that we just deal with the reality. And I think that, you know, if we tied it directly, if we tied one of these DAs, the district attorney is independently elected, we do her budget, she does her job, and determines how she's going to spend her budget. But I would be concerned if we just classified one of these DAs as a cannabis, because when that money's gone next year, you know, I don't want to have to reclassify. You do your job with the resources. We give you the resources, you do your job. So while I think it's probably needed, it's a good pitch, but I think we really just need to look at them as two district attorneys needed to accomplish the work that you need to have accomplished. And then just because by the time you hire this person on board, we're going to be partially through the fiscal year. And I don't want to be 6 months on the job and Met team's gone, and you know, they said, well, I came here to be the cannabis person, and you have me doing murders. So I just hope we think about it in those terms.
Any other comments or questions? I do have a question to CAO, and I'm looking at the line item 5400, salary adds and deletes.
Yes.
And under her request, she has an add of 271,616 in salaries, and you have nothing. Can you explain what's going on there?
Yeah, and this goes back to, and I had explained this earlier as well, the methodology that we did this year was when the department requested their budget, any positions that they were adding or deleting, we asked that they be placed on this line rather than populate all of the salary lines. We didn't want departments populating any of the salary lines because we wanted the personnel cost forecasting numbers to continue to match. Once it was determined and we reviewed which positions were going to be approved, then the components of that were then populated into these, the normal personnel lines to reflect what we were approving, or if they were denied, it was simply taken out of this line and reflected in the narrative. So that's where the difference between what a department submitted and what was remaining.
Thank you. So, I'd like to poll the board on the DA's budget as proposed by the CAO.
This is, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. This is in addition to what we talked about as far as building funds, correct? That's not in here. We're setting that money aside. Teeter, Or is that in there?
No, that's not in there. That's
Yeah, this is not in here. That would be handled through the capital improvement project budgets.
Okay, just know that obviously there's plenty of support for the DA giving in the building.
So I'll poll Supervisor Clapp.
Yeah, I'm for it. I mean, she's going to use it for one of the district attorneys, what she wants it. I agree with her. If someone comes in for a murder case, she's going to have them do that too. I don't think it's locked in just cannabis.
Supervisor Mills.
And I'm seeing the Measure C money is not all going away next year, so there will be some options that we can play out, so I would approve this budget.
Supervisor Olivera.
Can I ask for a clarification point? The budget there does include 2 district attorney
Yes, it
attorneys.
does.
I just want to make sure that that's what you were approving then.
Yes,
Okay.
you have the district attorneys.
The one that's a swap out, budget neutral, and then the
Yes. The one
extra.
administrated is going
The
away.
new one, okay.
And then
And then the 2.
So it's a
Bringing on
net,
2
net
deputies.
gain of 2, right? 1.
It's a net
Net
gain
gain
of
of
2
one.
attorneys plus 1 investigative assistant. So 2 positions plus a reclass.
Reclass.
plus the refund.
A reclass, that's right.
Supervisor Olivera.
Your votes are the same.
Yeah.
Vote with that.
Yeah.
You know I support law enforcement and district attorneys. And I'm going to give you the opportunity, and hopefully this works, but I have reservations. I think it's understaffed, but let's try it.
Supervisor Garamendi.
You know, I'm supporting the building. I certainly support at least one of these deputy DAs, but I think that we're being overly optimistic about the future. And I think that we have to, I think we're being fiscally imprudent by adding expensive head counts to our budget. I'm not quite sure where Supervisor Mills is seeing next year's Measure C dollars, but that'd be exciting to know because I'd like to find them. So I'm afraid I can't support both DAs. I can certainly support one. I just think that I don't want to have to lay off one of your DAs 6 months after we hire them, which is a possibility.
And I'm going to support that also. I think I would support 1 reclassification and 1 deputy to bring on, and maybe we can revisit, we get to mid-year and see where we're at and see what revenues are coming in. But I would be in support of Supervisor Garamendi.
Okay.
So we have 3 in favor of the recommended CAO budget and 2 with 1 deputy and 1 reassignment. So, gives you direction? Okay, thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Moving on to, let's do IT. I see they're up around
I was going to
207,000.
suggest they would be a good next choice.
You want to take a break now?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't we take a 10, 15-minute break, and then we'll go and Stan, you're up. Okay.
All right.
All right, we are back from break, and we are going into information technology. But I want to make an announcement before we do. This will be the last one we will be doing today. I think we're going to be cutting off at no later than 4:30. I don't know how long this is going to take. If we tackle on to another one, I told staff that we'll be leaving at 4:30 and we'll be coming back in tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Okay. It was a long day yesterday for staff, and department heads have been here for 2 days, so we're going to cut it off at 4:30 and then resume tomorrow at 9. Okay, so moving on. Stan, you're up.
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for the opportunity to address questions that you may have from what was submitted from the IT budget. So you've had a chance to look at the numbers, and I think that I can address questions that you have. A lot of the answers that I believe that I will have for questions, if you've got the full budget book, would be in my narrative, starting on page 332 for anyone that has that. But I would be happy to address questions that you may have based on the numbers as presented.
And I would add in there, just adding to what Stan has indicated. So with the IT budget and what the CAO's recommended here includes is one position which is a network technician type of position.
So I can address that
if you want to talk a little about network technician,
sure.
just to explain
so
that.
within the IT organization, currently we have 13 positions within IT that are funded, 2 more within GIS. But in IT itself, there's 13 positions that are funded. One of those positions is open. That is for a security analyst that we have not been able to bring on. And then another one is for something called a network specialist 2. We have an extra hire that has been working in that network specialist. So 13 positions in IT, 11 of which are currently filled with permanent staff, 1 position being filled with an extra hire, 1 that is open. The request that we have and the numbers that we have here include taking one of the network specialist positions. Well, we're going to create a new series that is called an IT support technician. It is at a slightly lower level than those network specialists. It's going to be a first line of defense for support requests that come up, day-to-day support requests, and ordering computers and phones and printers and putting those in place. But then taking a lot of the phone calls and addressing support tickets from the first level. And that should free up more of the time from the higher level network people. So we take an existing position that's a network specialist, make it a support tech. We have asked to add a second person in that support tech, so we would have 2 people doing that first level of support. Part of the funding for that then becomes this security analyst position that is still a very important position, but we have not been able to land somebody there. So I would like to leave that on the books, but not fund it for this year until we are at a point where we can make that investment. So the end result of all of this is we will still have 13 positions in IT that are funded. We would add a position, a 14th, but we're going to fund 13 of them in this budget. So we keep the same number of positions, but we move them around a little bit in terms of the roles and responsibilities to provide the best support that we can for the county. Any questions on that with the staffing?
Supervisor Mills?
Stan, security analyst is a very technical position, as you know.
Is
it possible that the pay rate just isn't sufficient to attract?
We, and I believe Judy is still here. She can participate in this as well, obviously. We had the position open for several months. We had 2 candidates that we thought had any possibility at all. One of them that we were very, very keen on. We thought this is really quite extraordinary that in little Calaveras County we're going to be able to get someone with these skills. Extended an offer, made it through background check, and he's from out of state, but he has a home in the county. So this was really good fortune. And then he was no longer interested in the job by the time he had cleared background and was able to come. So I do have concerns with the, it's common, we've heard it in other areas as well. It's a combination of the salary. It's a very, very hot position throughout the state. This could be a difficult position to fill at a higher salary as well. I have some questions on when we will be able, whether we could fill it at the salary level we're at. Judy and I have been discussing maybe tweaking that a little bit and turning that into a series as well. And so that we could perhaps bring in someone who does not have quite the level of, and this is a new conversation, so I have not had a chance to talk to CAO about it, but looking at another way to get someone in the door, but that's not in the budget for right now. So I think it's a very fair question, though. And it's not unlike we've seen in other parts of the county. I don't know, Judy, if you have anything that you'd like to.
Just to back up what Stan said is that, we did a very saturated recruitment. We thought we found a great candidate, but unfortunately we lost that candidate. And it is a very difficult position to recruit into due to all of the hackings that are going on, all of the ransoms, all of that. It's a hot ticket position. And so we are unable to bring somebody in at the salary that we would like to pay. So, or we just can't. So we've, in talking with Stan, I think that we could build either build a position that would allow internal growth, or bringing somebody in from the outside, and then once, and to help them grow into that position. I think that's something that we could be successful for in the future. Something I would like to add in also, I gave the board earlier the vacant, and I just want to make sure that everybody knows that we do have those up here.
Supervisor Oliveira, your light's on. You have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stan, thank you for coming over. Stan, do we have a large turnover in our IT department? Our current employees, they've been with us for a while?
We for the last several years, we have been fortunate that we have had a limited amount of turnover. I'm not going to say that we are immune. Some of the staff that we've got that have now been here for several years, they've learned a lot in the time that they have been here. So I think that we have the same challenges, or will have the same challenges, with making sure that we are giving our staff the opportunity to grow professionally, and then paying them at a competitive wage for what they could see in the area. That's a county-wide challenge. I think that we will face those same challenges that other departments have talked to you about. And so we've talked with HR, with CAO, about doing some things differently. You've heard Judy talking about doing career laddering. So we are looking at making some changes over time so that we can put together career ladders so that we can show that career progression to our staff, that they do have a place to go with their careers. And then I think all departments are looking at doing things to make sure that wages are as competitive as can be done for the county.
Okay, thank you. So this internet security analyst expert, if you will, I know it's not included in the budget. You just mentioned this.
Yes.
Is this something that we're currently working on that we can be looking at before final adoption? Because what you're telling us, the compensation package is inadequate to draw the talent that we need. Is that correct?
For the position that we've got as it is in place, I believe that there will be compensation issues, yes. And that's what Judy was just talking about.
Right.
In terms of how could we do something different so that we could get someone in to be focused on the security side. And there will be more work that we can do to come back at final.
Well, and if I could jump in there, I mean, at this point, I have not asked HR specifically to go back and revisit this position for the point that at this point it was not being funded for this year, given other, priorities or concerns. There's the possibility of trying to look at, we have a contract right now for some consulting that person could potentially offset, but it's not a dollar for dollar offset. It would still be additional above and beyond cost. It is an expensive position. It's necessary at some point, but my estimation is that we still wouldn't have funding to come back and revisit it at final budget.
And by bringing in this support tech, obviously a different discipline, doing a different job, it's not that we would ask them to do the security level, but I feel confident that we can bring in good talent at that level. That frees up other staff to take on, to be doing less of the day-to-day support level. We can leverage that staff to a certain extent to be looking at more of the security. The other staff looks at security every day anyway, but they can have additional time to be working with security-related tasks.
Okay. Thank you, Stan. That's all I have, Mr.
Stan, I have a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
Looking at your budget on total revenue.
Yes.
During last year's budget, actually this year's budget, I know we're talking about the future budget, and we're still in 17-18 budget. You had 1.03 million forecasted for total revenue.
Yes, sir.
And as the date of this printing, you're at 764. And looking at those numbers going forward into the coming year that we're discussing now, there's an increase of over 100,000 in income.
Yes, there is.
So reflecting back to the 764 you're at, which equals about 3/4 of what was forecast, we're like 2.5 weeks left here in this year. Is there outstanding invoices you're looking to have paid? Is there income coming in that you're looking to make up the difference in the next 2.5 weeks? Or are we going to have to go into next year to recover some of those funds?
What I would say in looking at that too, and I looked over at Kathy as well, the two items where he's down on county reimbursement and 87, those types of activities typically post either quarterly or twice annually. I'm not certain in the case of the county.
We have posted A87, that's a monthly
Oh,
charge.
okay.
And that will have been occurring after this was created, so.
And that will tie out to what we budgeted originally on the A87.
It will bring up to that.
The A87 always comes up to what was originally budgeted.
What was originally.
Yes.
So it is the county reimbursement that is lower, which I would expect, again, those don't always post on a monthly basis. Ideally, they would be quicker. Do we know, Stan, from experience this year on reimbursement for from other programs, whether you weren't doing as much activity as you anticipated?
We're doing a little bit less activity than what we had planned, but we will catch up a lot of that. Our revenues are internal, whether it's A87, there's billing that we do to to non-general fund areas, so our work with HHSA billing is a big piece of our revenue, but then we bill out to a couple of other departments as well. I don't know that we will completely catch up with that, but we are sending out invoices now for services. We will catch up with a lot of that. In looking at the revenue for next year, I believe that we have solid numbers in place. And with A87, and then there's significant billing for staff time with Health and Human Services. That's about $180,000.
I think if I could add to that,
Yes.
Stan, because I just scrolled down to your expenses as well.
Sure.
He's also under budget in his expenses. When you look at his net, we budgeted at the 885, he's at 750. Part of that reimbursement was, I believe, for the security analyst.
It was.
And obviously with not having a security analyst hired, we wouldn't have provided the service to get the reimbursement for. So that would certainly be a healthy chunk of that. of that number.
Well, the reason I ask that is we move on down and we start getting into line items 5186, 87,
Yes.
5200, and they're significantly higher than the previous years.
Yes, they are.
And so that would play into a lot if the general fund is not going to make up the difference for
Sure.
those on the forecast of your income.
Right. Right, whereas, as you saw, our impact to the general fund is in excess of $200,000 more than it was in 17-18. So you just brought up the 5186. So so in my budget narrative, I addressed that particular issue. In 17-18, everything that was software maintenance or software as a service related went into that 5186. Working with the auditor's office for 18-19, we split that into two, where there's 5186, which really is more the maintenance software agreements, and then 5200 are the software subscriptions. So the big hitters in software subscriptions, that's software as a service. So that's going to be OpenGov, that's going to be our Finance One solution. It's some of those. So we have to look at those two combined. We're looking at 18-19 versus 17-18. So those software costs in total are increasing by $121,000, going from 462 to 582 or 583. Within that, we see differences that are OpenGov subscription. That's going to be $105,000 a year. That comes into the IT budget. We have got, so that is a big piece of that 120. Then there's smaller ones. We are giving great consideration to bringing in software to have a new look and feel for the county website. So there's $5,000 that would go there for hosting services. Our Laserfish maintenance, which is document management. That's new for the IT budget this year. There's $8,000. An increase in One Solution hosting of $4,500. So there's 4 or 5 line items that combine to make up that $121,000. The bulk of it is in the OpenGov solution at $105.
And then 186 for SunGuard One solution.
Yes, yes.
I'm looking at line items 5271.
Yes.
And 5272.
Okay.
That's significant increases.
Sure.
In both of those.
Yep.
Although last year it's not really significant on line item 5272 because last year budget you had 90,000, but year to date you've only spent 36 of that 90.
So we in the budget last year, we had not taken into account that part of that was going to be reimbursed from the Health and Human Services area. So there was an adjustment made after final where we took that 90 down to 60, and we're splitting that cost with Health and Human Services for this year.
For this year, bringing that down to 60.
Right, and in the new year, then we're budgeting this in a little bit of a different fashion where we're going from we're taking that down by 30,000 again, so we're going to do $60,000 in our budget for 5272 for that same service, and we'll get $30,000 in revenue from HHSA against that $60,000. So within 5272, we went from 90 to 60, and we're going to have $60,000 for the professional services, 30 of which will come back in revenue from HHSA. That's a shared service. I do want to point out in 5272 something that did not make, that I took out of the budget. It wasn't cut by anyone else. I took it out in order to hit the target we were trying to achieve, and that's aerial imagery. We did in February of this year, we did an update to our aerial imagery, and we're real pleased with the quality. We had a goal of doing another aerial imagery in the fall. In the past, that has been paid for by the Cannabis Fund. So anything, including the February one from this year. Anything more that we do with aerial imagery, it's not going to get paid for from the cannabis fund. In order to achieve the IT budget goal, I set that, I took that out of the budget. So I have let the departments know that have the most interest in that, but anything in the fall at this point is not in the budget. I wanted to make sure everyone knew that. 5271 professional services has an increase of $67,000, going from 119 to 187. There is an OpenGov contractual cost when the project is completed for $47,000. So that's placed into the budget. The other large one that I would like to educate the board on is a $27,000 for it's an IT services company, a research company called Infotech, used by some of the other counties in the state as well. One of the services that they provide that I want to take advantage of is doing a workshop with us, with different departments, and really working to put together a 3-year plan of where we think IT initiatives need to go. How are we doing? What's that plan look like? And have something in place that we can use going into subsequent budget sessions that would help to frame a little bit better than I can without that to see what we're doing. So I think that would become a real good framework for a long-term strategic plan for IT. And then out of that, we would have governance and so on, which is a long-term goal. Those two.
Judy, I think that's Stan's water bottle. Okay. It got knocked over, and it was Stan's.
Okay. All right.
I do have one other question before you go on to the other item. The OpenGov, is there going to be an ongoing yearly maintenance?
It's not really a maintenance fee per se. It's software as a service. So for that, we are paying for them hosting it.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't host it here. They provide all the support for that. But then these services also pay for them to be doing upgrades to the product, keeping it fresh. So profit for them as well, obviously. But this is it is an ongoing that's for everything associated with the services that we will get from OpenGov.
And the cost of that yearly cost, I'm sure is
$105,000.
It'd be the 105 we were talking about earlier,
Right.
But
Right.
it'll probably be going up.
It will over time, I believe.
Our negotiated contract, I can't remember how many years it was, didn't have it in.
Was it 5 years?
I want to say it was 5
For
years.
the next 5 years, it'll be this. Okay. All right.
We took down some of our professional services so that we could help keep it as close as we could. So we've cut back on some services that we typically lean on from external vendors.
And you and I didn't really have a lot of in-depth conversation on Infotech, but knowing that is a $27,000 line item, that is pretty sizable, that if we had to look for areas to make a reduction, that certainly could be something to consider.
That doesn't keep the lights on today. It helps to make sure we keep them going in the future. But for today, you're absolutely right, Tim.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you, Stan. Thank you very much. I think I understand what you're saying here, but I want to make sure. I mean, you've heard my walk. You've been here all day. You've heard my mantra of, we have to figure for the out years. So I want to make sure that we are. It looks like a lot of these purchases that we're making, getting the OpenGov, all these things set up, then there'll be a recurring cost. So I would expect that you're not adding by head count.
That
but
is
I'm
correct.
expecting we're putting up the capital today, and there'll be a lower maintenance to keep things going for the next several years.
And on OpenGov, once again, that 105, that would be a
Right.
combination of maintenance and licensing costs and everything that is bundled into the software cost.
And that's plugged for 5 years.
At 105 per year.
That's ongoing.
Right, because I'm looking at like the software subscriptions, and we're buying that today, and so we've got some runway.
Right.
So keep in mind as we go through that the future, being able to maintain what we've got going.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yeah, Stan, I know that it's been an ongoing issue, and I'm looking at line item 5499. It has to do with furniture,
Yes,
has to do with ergonomics,
yes,
and I know that's been an issue for your staff.
it has. So we, with great help from the Office of Administration, we have addressed a lot of those needs. So would invite you to come and take a look at that. We have replaced not the full office, but the area that people had the biggest request for was new desks. And in the main area there that you've seen, we have replaced all of those desks. There's a few of us, mine has not been. There's a couple of other areas that we still need to take a look at, but we've taken care of a lot of that. We are actually going to be reducing this 16 to a little bit lower number so that it will fit the anticipated need, because we have taken care of a lot of them. Now, as we go forward, there may be other areas that we will take a look at depending on the long-term space needs and where IT is going to land long-term. There may be different things that would come out of a different budget that we would do to the area that we're in right now. But thank you for asking.
Well, the other concern too is the air-to-air exchange rate.
Yes, and that, I was just exchanging emails with Patrick from the buildings area, and we have more to do there. He did an air quality that I'm very appreciative of, looking for mold and some of those issues, and found that we don't have a problem in our building with that, so that was very good news. But there are some things with air exchange that may not be able to be solved with a quick fix. That may be part of a larger initiative, and Patrick is helping us with that, and he's very aware of the issue.
Okay.
We've done some things internally with moving people further up in the room and our storage in the back, but it's still a question that we've got.
Do we have an O2 sensor or any way of determining?
The test that Patrick did recently wasn't checking the O2. He's going to come back, I believe, and check that out to get detailed readings on that as well.
Okay, thank you.
But we were pleased to find out that there isn't a mold issue.
Any other questions? No? Thanks, Dan.
Thank you. Thanks, board.
So, is there any suggestions?
We have library here.
Well, we need to poll on this particular budget first before we move on, as to whether we want to accept what the CAO has put in front of us.
Mr. Chair, I would be in favor of the IT proposed budget as recommended by the CAO.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Clapp? Supervisor Garamendi?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So, thank you, Stan. Let's look here. I don't think,
Librarian's still here.
yeah, we can go on to library. It's not a huge increase. Nancy?
I'm happy
We
to
start
do
on
this,
on page 352.
but are we going to have time for public comment?
You want to comment?
No, I'm just saying, the public hasn't had their comment. There will be time, or not? There is no, oh, until the whole thing is over. Gotcha. Okay, I understand.
Tomorrow.
No worries.
Did you pack the room?
Happy to answer your questions.
If you have any board questions, she's not adding anybody. It looks like no additions, no deletions.
Nancy, I do have a question for you. I haven't heard back yet. Had you heard anything from the City of Angels Camp hearings in terms of the funding for the library?
Yes, I heard from Melissa Eads, who is the new city manager in Angels Camp. We had a discussion with her. They have been helping us with the rent in our Angels Camp facility, which is a rental facility. She has told me that we are in the budget for the full figure. However, they have not had their budget discussions yet. They were scheduled for June 7th, I believe, and they postponed them till the end of the month. I will be invited to that, and I have been invited to give input in terms of our statistics and so forth and benefit to the community.
That's nice to hear that.
Yes.
We were still in the budget, because that comes into your,
It
for the
does.
board and
It
the
does.
public when they're looking, that's your
That's the
4799
income.
line.
That's income from Angels Camp,
Yeah.
yes. And because we were not able to move to the larger facility as we had hoped, we're staying where we are and doing some renovations to make it as good as we can. Yeah. So that figure will stay basically the same. We don't have a current lease that is being worked on, so I don't know if the rate of rent will stay the same, but I will bring that when I have that information.
I'm looking at line item 4707.
Yes.
Gifts and donations.
Yes.
Normally Friends of the Libraries, branches,
Yes.
and I'm not seeing
Right.
anything this year that, other than $1,000.
Yes, and that's because we're doing that differently since they have a special designated fund. If you look in 4721, that's where the Friends donations are for this year.
All right, thank you for
So
pointing that out.
it's still a nice,
Be sure to thank them for being so generous.
I will do that. Yes, we had a meeting today and I'll be reporting to them. They ask that I give them what percentage of the total budget that they do give, and it has been large for the past couple of years, and it will be large again this year because of the large donation, anonymous donation that we got in honor of Sally Tuttle. We're still spending that, so we'll have about $20,000 more this year to spend on that.
Like the sheriff's office, when communities help and support
Oh,
stuff, it's great.
Yeah, they're phenomenal. And I have, as you know from the Library Week, over 100 volunteers who basically give us 5 full-time employee numbers of hours, so it's phenomenal. Yeah, tremendous support.
Chair, a quick note. Thank you for coming over, Ms. Giddens.
Yes.
A quick note, or a quick question. How's your computer equipment? When was the last update?
We have a lovely spreadsheet that IT provided for us, so we're up to date on everything, with the except we still, I'm sorry to say, have a couple of XPs that we use for our online catalogs that are just used for that. However, I've just purchased 2 more, and we have a plan in this budget to replace the rest of those, so we'll be up to date on everything.
Looking ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And your high-speed internet, how's it working?
Oh, thank you. Yes, next week, our IT department will be working with their consultant to mock up everything that they're going to be doing on the insides of the branches and the main library, which will receive the broadband 1 gigabyte. The AT&T company was supposed to install the circuits in May. They did not. They have now given us a date of the 28th and 29th of June, which takes us very near to the end of the budget period. However, SCLC, the Southern California Library Consortium, which manages the grant, is aware of this, and they will give us an extension.
So you're not seeing a challenge to the grant simply because
We will not have a challenge. They're fully informed, and it'll be fine.
And will we continue to look for alternatives there in Angels Camp?
The issue...
I heard the sigh.
It's such a conflict in my mind because we want broadband in Angels Camp. We feel that's a very significant community that we have to give better internet to. And so the delivery of that circuit is to a specific address. We're going to go after E-rate FAA money next year for the provider costs, and in order to do that, you have to have a location. So I had to move ahead with the installation of the circuit at 426 North Main. We would certainly entertain a move to a larger site if we could. The problem that we face is if you cross Highway 4 and go down that way, rents go up quite significantly. So we really need to stay at this end of town, and the two sites that we went after, we were not successful in negotiating with them.
Okay, I hope we'll continue to look, and that it will be fairly close to where you are, so the cost of moving, if necessary, isn't burdensome.
Exactly, yes. If we had gotten the first site that we were really wanting, it would have been a less expensive project there, and it would be fairly simple to do that and to make that change. So if that did someday come about, we would be able to do it. We don't have, I want to offer broadband, but we don't have wonderful children's section and young adult areas in our branch just because of the limitation of space. But we are planning some renovations that will give us as much as we can get there. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
My 16-year-old assures me that you've got the fastest internet in this part of the county.
Wait till next
And
month.
so he'll be very excited.
Bring him
that it's
on
gonna
in.
get- I don't know how much more internet he can take. But
It'll blow him out of his seat.
There you
Yeah,
go.
it'll be great.
Spend this whole summer at the library.
well, at least it'll be air conditioned. and
Welcome, yeah. It's
Worst
cool
things
and
to
nice.
spend it doing.
Surrounded by books, what more could you want?
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you. Anything else?
No other questions? Thank you, Nancy.
All right, thank you.
Poll the board on the proposed budget for the CAO for the library.
Yes.
Supervisor Clapp, yes. Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Olivera? Yes. Supervisor Garamendi?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. I see the Ag Commissioners here. Kev, you want to come up? Are you going to speak on behalf of, I guess, your department?
Thank you, sir. Kevin Wright, Commissioner for the Agricultural Department, which is a part of the environmental agency. I have 5 employees, and
Page 254. Give us a minute here to get caught up. And again, we're going to be ending today's hearing proceedings at around, well, after this, because it'd be 4:30.
So confirming, because I just asked Peter to come up, you're okay if he comes back down, and we'll do him tomorrow morning?
Yeah, sorry, Peter. We've already, you're off the hook for today. We'll start tomorrow. You'll be first one in the morning
the
tomorrow.
trouble is I'm not going to be here tomorrow.
No, I'm talking about Peter.
Oh, Peter.
Peter
Yeah,
Maurer.
Good exercise for you, Peter.
We're gonna get through you.
I didn't see him behind me.
Yeah, we're gonna get through you today.
Yeah.
And I see Brad just came in, so.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna go on and we'll start with Peter in the morning. And then we'll come back and get Brad with environmental. Okay.
So I just want to give a little narrative about where my department is. Last year, I have 5 positions, and I had a cannabis inspector. And when I realized that the cannabis funding had a good chance of going away, I had a vacant deputy position, which is a fairly high salary, but I chose to not fill that position because I wanted my cannabis inspector to be employed after cannabis was no longer going to be around. So my plan, which I discussed with my bosses, I told them that I'm not going to fill that position for the deputy, and I'm going to underfill it with my most senior inspector, who was already employed, and that when cannabis left and there was no funding for him, I would want to move my newest inspector into that position. So that's why there's a salary savings there of quite a bit. I still have 5 employees, but now that I don't have a cannabis inspector, which wasn't considered one of my employees, I'm still got my core people. So, you know, we were heavily involved with the cannabis as far as providing them with education and information, and they cause us quite a bit of extra time and labor. So we needed to have, you know, an extra cannabis inspector. But now that that's gone away, we're going to be almost back to normal. But I wanted to give the opportunity to keep the people that I have, because the people that I have are good, and that they can work their way up in the ranks, and in the future. And that way I was just able to preserve what I had. I thought that was more important than to go out and get a deputy and then have to fire him after a year. As far as the rest of it goes, our net county costs are going to be pretty much the same as they were last year. Because of the salary savings. We are one of the few departments.
Increased a little bit. You went from 188 to 233 for this budget for your county cost. Part of that, we have a capital asset in here. That's, I think, going to be a big chunk of that. If you want to talk about what your capital asset is.
Yeah.
We went from 188 to 2.
Yeah. Do you remember what we were buying a vehicle for you?
Yeah, the vehicle is for insect trapping. Our other one is tremendously old, more than 10 years old, and it's got springs coming up through the seat. We were able to fund that. What we did was our funds for agriculture were increased, and we were using that money to purchase the new truck. So I think this other final budget for 87 was at 188. I think they may have already reduced the fact that we didn't have a deputy there. Because if you look at the 27-18 actual...
Looks like Brad might have a comment too, because I'm noticing a revenue decrease as well.
At the bottom of the expenditure one, what happened was, you can scroll up a little bit.
This final budget.
On the expenditures,
You want the expenditures or the revenues? These are revenues.
Yeah, because remember that we showed a revenue and then we showed a negative expenditure, and we thought we took that out.
Right.
We had the understanding it was, but it's still in there. And
Yeah,
that
5632 and 5736. That's where it was.
Okay.
That little quirk right there, down at the bottom.
44 and 69.
It's not in here, though.
Yeah.
This is not in my final budget. This has been corrected.
But that's why it makes the,
Yeah.
it looked like we were asking
Oh,
general
for
fund,
last
that was
year.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're not actually asking for more.
But your revenues did go down.
Our revenue came down.
Yes.
Yes.
But your actuals,
If you look at our net county our net county cost should be, I don't understand why they are actually more than what they were last year. If you look through there, it's just almost everything's the same, so I have no idea why that is more. If the 5632 and 5756 aren't influencing that.
I, again, think it goes back to the fact that you're showing here a decrease in your revenues.
That doesn't make sense either, because we should have more revenue.
You're showing you were at, oh, you're right, never mind, I keep saying that, and it's going the opposite direction.
Going the opposite direction.
Sorry.
However, I do have a question. If you scroll all the way down to the bottom, where we're showing net costs, actual to date, their budget, final budget is 188,853, but actual dates is 247,204.
That's why there's something wrong with that final budget. There's something wrong in that calculation.
That's $70,000 over budget.
There's something, like I say, there's something wrong in that calculation.
When we did the budget last year, we found that error that 44,000 and 69,000 were shown as revenue, and then again, they were shown as a negative expenditure, so it actually showed
It
a
doubled
false
it.
reading
Yeah,
of
doubled it.
what the general fund contribution was.
I do recall, I think, and unfortunately Brian, who's, I think was out at Integrated Waste today, I remember him bringing this item up when we discussed it.
That's right.
So it's one of those mea culpas, I think, this year we still have to go to the board about. No. Anyway.
So this year's budget is hardly, very much not different from last year's budget. It was just this conundrum here where there was a double accounting of revenue last year. Our actual net county costs were the same. And if you look back to 16, 17.
No, I like I said, I do remember this issue. Brian had went through it, and I remember correcting that anomaly.
That's
where
right.
we did double count that revenue.
Right.
So you agree, so we're pretty close to the same budget we had last year.
And the year before.
And the year before. And so, in addition to that, within those numbers, you've been able to, you've funded the vehicle. And
That's right, and still
yourself,
maintained it with the net county cost of what we historically have. And that was because for once in our life, our 87 costs were actually less than what they normally are. Now, usually we get surprised to the upside. We got surprised to the downside for that.
You use services less, you know.
So that was good. There were savings also, like I say, because we don't have a deputy. I have underfunded that.
About half, actually, when you look at.
That's right.
Yeah.
So we have savings there. We also have increased revenue on aid for agriculture of around $40,000. So that anomaly makes us look bad when actually we are looking very good, because everybody that's working for me got their step raises and all these other little expenses that go up every year. And we still were able to fund for one vehicle.
Very nice. Supervisor Garamendi?
Kevin, I want to commend you and thank you for taking a long-term approach to the budgeting, preserving your staff, nurturing them, and making sure that session you really seem to have a good program for a long-term approach, an ag type approach to running your shop and managing people, and I appreciate you doing that, and I encourage you to continue it.
Well, the only way that I've found to keep your staff happy and whole is to give them opportunity and to hang on to the ones that you have who are good. And the only way you're going to do that is to have a vision of the future for them.
All right, yeah. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Supervisor Mills.
I do have a question on the revenues projected to increase substantially due to anticipated SB1 revenue of $44,059. And I was searching for that in the line items to try to figure out where that was landing.
It's in state aid for agriculture. If you notice, the state aid for agriculture went up.
That would be 4452. So that's where it is.
Yeah.
However, if the voters reject SB1 in November, that would have an impact through at least half of the year. Or is that going to be received yet in the first half of the year that you know of?
If the voters reject it, we won't buy the pickup truck.
Okay.
And we'll make any further adjustments that we need to make.
So that is one iffy in the budget right now then for you?
It's iffy in anybody's budget who has
SB 1 money.
Yes, yeah.
So it's iffy in our budget. We've got our SB1.
Big FB, that's a big iffy.
And to that point as well, Kevin, if SB 1 is rejected on the pickup truck, we can have an alternative discussion if they're like teeter funds, if the board would want to consider that. Clearly, like you say, if something's at end of life and it's a critical piece of your work, we also need to look at that.
So to that point, do you only have one vehicle?
No, I have 2 vehicles for trapping, but I have 2 insect trappers that work in the summertime.
The reason I say that is because with the 5182 maintenance of equipment auto, we are spending a lot of money maintaining the vehicles for you.
Yeah, that's true.
So it really makes, at some point, there is a threshold at which it makes better sense to purchase new and take the savings and maintenance costs over an additional period of time. I mean, with these numbers and running a fleet, I would have got you a new vehicle a couple of years ago. It just makes $12,000 in a year. It makes no sense for 2 vehicles.
Well, we have more than that. We have a pickup truck and some other vehicles too.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying that's a big number.
Yeah.
So.
It's a lot less expensive than putting lights and computers in it.
Yeah.
Any vehicle's relatively cheap. Huh?
Any other board questions? If not, we'll take a poll. Supervisor Clapp, are you in
Yes.
favor of the proposed budget? Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Olivera?
Yes.
Mayor Mindy?
Yes.
So am I.
Thank you, sirs. Appreciate it.
Can you stick around? I need to talk to you first.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so that gave you direction on that. Okay, so we're going to recess for the day,
We're gonna
this
start-
hearing.
Want to start Peter in the morning, or do you want to finish environmental?
Well, I told Peter we'd start with him and then we go into environmental, so. We will be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So we stand adjourned for today.
What time tomorrow morning? 9.
9,
I'll be like 15 minutes late.
okay.
Diane, we can leave by in research.
Yeah, can we leave these here? Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming, folks.
We couldn't find